Chapter 3. 1. Noach and the Ark. The Zohar reveals secrets within the literal story of Noah, and the Arkansas Noah embodies the spirit of Yesod. The Ark is a metaphor for our world of Malchut. The sins of this generation literally separated the Malchut from Yesod, which was its source of light. This is the mystery behind the flood's destruction. Any disconnection from light produces darkness, and from within this darkness chaos and destruction emerge. Reading this section helps bond Malchut with Yesod. It is comparable to the simple action of throwing a light switch and banishing the darkness in a room. Moreover, by reading these passages we arouse spiritual forces of light to combat and eradicate the present-day negative actions of society that once again are beginning to sever the link between the Malchut and Yesod. These are the generations of Noach. Rabbi Chia opened the discussion with the verses. Noach was a righteous man, and your people also shall be all righteous. They shall inherit the land forever. It was difficult for him to understand the connection between the two parts of the first verse, because after the statement, these are the generations of Noach, the text should have continued, Shem, Cham, and Yafet. It should not have ended with Noach was a righteous man. He further stated, happy are the people of Yisrael, who occupy themselves with the Torah and are familiar with its paths, through which they will merit the world to come. Rabbi Chia continued, come and behold, all Yisrael have a portion in the world to come. Why is this so? Because they observe the covenant on which the world is established. This is as it is written in the verse, if my covenant be not day and night, it were as if I had not appointed the ordinance of heaven and earth. Meaning that Yisrael keep in holiness of the covenant of circumcision by never desecrating it with spilling of semen in vain, or by incest. Therefore Yisrael, who has accepted the covenant and observes it, has a portion in the world to come. Furthermore, as a result, they are called righteous. We deduce from this that whoever observes the covenant upon which the world is established is called righteous. How do we know this? We know this from Yosef, who observed the covenant of the world, by not mating with his master's wife, and was therefore called righteous. And this is why it is written, your people also shall be all righteous. They shall inherit the land forever. Rabbi Chia thus explained the verse, Noach was a righteous man, as meaning that Noach observed the covenant. For this reason, his offspring have continuity. The verse thus states, these are the generations of Noach. Noach was a righteous man, because his righteousness and the continuity of his children are connected. Rabbi Elazar said that we have learned that whenever the term these appears, it always annuls something previously mentioned. Now, it is written in Bereshit, a river comes out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted. This means that this river, which is Yesod, is drawn and comes out of Eden, which is Chachma, and enters the garden, which is Malchut, to water it from the supernal waters and bring it pleasure, making it produce fruit and seed. This gives delight to everyone. The garden is pleased with its fruit, which brings pleasure to the river, because it made the fruit. As it is written, because in it he has rested, meaning in the river, which is Yesod. And it is also written, and he rested on the seventh day, meaning in the garden which is Malchut. As Rabbi Elazar explained, the word rested is derived from rest and pleasure. This is the secret of the matter of the river that comes out of Eden, meaning Yesod, for it produces offspring, and no other sphira can produce any fruit. Come and behold. So it was with Noach below. Noach was the sacred covenant below, as Yesod, or the river that comes out of Eden, was above. And he is called man of the earth, because the earth refers to Malchut and Yesod is Malchut's man. So now we have learned a secret, that Noach needed the ark, which alludes to Malchut, so he could unite with it and preserve the seed of the whole world. As it is written, to preserve seed. Rabbi Elazar asked, "What is the ark?" And he answered, "It is the ark, which is Malchut, of the covenant after it receives Yesod, which is called the covenant." And Noach and the ark below were like Yesod and Malchut above, because the covenant is mentioned in relation to Noach, as it is written, "And I will establish my covenant with you." As long as the covenant was not established in Noach, he did not enter the ark, as it is written, "And I will establish my covenant with you, and you shall come onto the ark." Only then does the ark become the ark of the covenant, meaning that after the ark received and accepted Noach the righteous, who is the covenant, it became the ark of the covenant. So the ark and Noach are joined below, as are Malchut and the covenant above. And because the covenant above brings forth offspring, so Noach below bore generations. That is why it is written, "These are the generations of Noach." This is to teach us that like the covenant above, which is Yesod of Atzilut, Noach bore everlasting generations, because he merited the holy covenant, Yesod of Atzilut, which is called the covenant, rests upon him. Noach was a righteous man. This is assuredly so, for his righteousness corresponds to Yesod above. That is why it is written, "The righteous are the foundation of the world, and the earth, which is Malchut, is established upon him." He is the pillar that upholds the world, which is Malchut. That is why he is called the foundation of the world. And what is this Yesod? It is the righteous. Thus Noach is the righteous below, among the souls. And hence it is written, Noach was a righteous man to teach us that the world is based on him. And the secret of all this is revealed in the words, Noach walked with Elohim, which mean to teach us that he never separated himself from him, from Malchut. And he merited being called a righteous man on earth, as did the supernal Yesod, the foundation of the world. He is the covenant of peace and the peace of the world. Thus he is called man of the earth, meaning the husband of the earth. And that is why the verse is written, Noach found favor in the eyes of Hashem. Rabbi Elazar asked, "What is the meaning of his generations the verse perfect in his generations?" And he replied that they are his descendants, who issued from him, all of whom he perfected through his righteousness and by whom he was also perfected. In other words, the verse perfect in his generations has two meanings. His righteousness perfected all the generations that descended from him, and he was perfected by the generations that descended from him. Another explanation is that perfect means that he was born circumcised. As it is written, "Walk before me and be perfect," meaning circumcised. In his generations includes only Noach's descendants and not the generations in the world in general. In other words, even though the verse means that he was perfect in all the generations of the world, it says his generations to indicate that all the generations of the world are his, as they all descend from him. Come and behold. From the day the world was created, Noach was destined to be joined in union with and to enter the ark. And until they were joined as one, the world had not reached a fully stable condition. And as soon as this occurred, it is written, "From these was the whole earth overspread." What is meant by overspread? These words are analogous to the verse. And from thence the river parted, meaning that spreading out is similar to the supernal ark, which is the secret of the garden. For from that point in the text onward, we find the separation and diffusion of progeny into all quarters of the world. This means that after they were perfected in the ark, they were able to come forth and exist in the world of separation without being annihilated, as was the generation of the great flood. and all is one and one is like the other, because the branches below are similar to their roots above. So the verse states, these are the generations of Noach. These indicates that the other generations are no longer of any consequence, because they were not everlasting in the world. Only Yesod, which is Noach, produced the fruit that still exists in the world. Rabbi Abba approached and kissed Rabbi Elazar, saying, the lion in his might has pierced through the rock and broke it asunder, meaning that it was hard as a rock for him to understand the inner meaning of these verses. But Rabbi Elazar removed all the difficulties he had in comprehending the text. All this is certainly true, because all that has been said about Noach and the ark below corresponds to their supernal roots in the world of Atzilut above. Even the measurements of the ark correspond to their roots above. Tosefta Rabbi Elazar asked, why is the name of Noach written twice? And he answered, each and every righteous person in the world has two spirits. One stays in this world while the other is in the world to come. And so we find that the Holy One, blessed be He, named all the righteous twice. Moshe, Moshe, Yaakov, Yaakov, Abraham, Abraham, Shmuel, Shmuel, with the exception of Yitzhak. He is not named twice because when he approached the altar to be sacrificed, the soul that was within him in this world left him. And because it is said of Abraham, blessed are you who resurrects the dead. That is, lay not your hand upon the lad. After he had lifted his hand, intending to slay his child, so only the soul of the world to come was returned to him. And that is why he is not named twice, Yitzhak, Yitzhak. And that is why you shall find that the name of the Holy One, blessed be He, was not unified upon any other righteous person during his lifetime. It was unified only on Yitzhak because he was already considered as dead. For he had no soul of this world, only that of the world to come. He was like those who pass away from this world. The verse states, even in his holy ones, he has no trust because he does not unify his name on the righteous during their lifetimes. A different explanation given of the words Noach Noach is that because he was righteous, he praised him twice by calling him Noach Noach. That is, perfect he was in his generation, but if he had lived in any other generation, such as that of Abraham or Moshe or King David, then he would not have been considered at all. Still another explanation is that if this is what he was able to perform in a generation in which all were wicked, how much more he could have done in a generation in which all were righteous. 2. Come, behold the works. Noah was given his name because it was a direct reflection of his spiritual character. Noah is derived from the Hebrew word nekema, which means to console. Noah's spiritual work and destiny was to console the earth in the aftermath of the flood and the destruction of the world. This great spiritual mission, expressed through his name, was Noah's connection to the light of the Creator. Our name, too, is our bridge and link to the Creator. The name is like a strand of spiritual DNA that motivates and gives rise to our personal attributes, our inner character, and our mission in life. This section of the Zohar strengthens our name's spiritual function of connecting us to the light. Rabbi Elazar opened his discourse with the verses. These are the generations of Noach, and come, behold the works of Hashem, who has made desolations in the earth. And he asked, come behold. What is the meaning of behold? And he answered, it is related to the verse, a grievous vision has been declared to me. Because by his deeds, the Holy One, blessed be He, reveals his prophecy to man, and when a prophecy of grievous deeds is revealed beforehand, it is called a grievous vision. Who has made desolations assuredly alludes to the word Shemet, for a name is the cause of everything that happens. This means that we should consider the name of whatever happens. For the Holy One, blessed be He, puts the name in the mouth of man, so he can name whatever dwells or occurs on earth. So the verse is actually calling us to go and observe the works of Hashem through the names by which they are called on earth. Because the Holy One, blessed be He, acts beforehand, putting names in the mouth of man as prophecy. The verse states, "And he called his name Noch, saying." This, Rabbi Elazar asked, "Why does the verse read, saying this?" And he answered, "The word saying refers to the female principle, which is Malchut, while this refers to the righteous, who is Noch. And the proof is that it is written here and elsewhere, this shall comfort us. This is Hashem, we have hoped for him. And we learn through analogous meaning. The word this refers here to Hashem, who is called righteous, and therefore the meaning of this in any other verse means righteous as well. Here, it refers to Noch, who is righteous, like Hashem. Likewise, the verse that states, "And he called his name Noch," refers to the supernal female principle or Malchut, who called him Noch, for the female was saying this. That is, Noch shall console us. Blessed are the righteous who are marked with the imprints of the ring of the King, the Holy One, blessed be He, for they are marked with His name. And He has put names on earth, meaning in man's mouth, so that everything can be called by its name correctly. The verse states, "And he called his name Noch, and it is also written, and he called his name Yaakov." Why does it not say the in regard to Yaakov s with Noch? Because each one refers to a different level. As it is written in the verse, "I saw Hashem." It does not say "I saw Hashem," but et Hashem. This indicates that the particle et has a specific meaning. Here too, it is written of Noch, "And he called his name Noch." As for "and he called his name Yaakov," in reality his level is that of the Holy One, blessed be He, and this is why the word the is not mentioned there. But with Noch, the particle et is mentioned so as to connect him with the Shekhinah, which is the female principle. Because the Shekhinah is called et, the particle et does not appear in Yaakov's name, for his level is that of a chariot for the Holy One, blessed be He, while Noch, who is the secret of the righteous and is always connected with the Shekhinah, has the word the preceding his name. 3. A good man lends with a good grace. We are given the opportunity to enhance our connection to the spiritual dimension of Yesod. These are the generations of Noch. Rabbi Yehuda began his discourse on the verse. A good man lends with a good grace. He conducts his affairs justly. He said that a good man refers to the Holy One, blessed be He who is called good. As it is written, Hashem is good to all. And it is also stated that Hashem is a man of war. He is gracious and lends Yesod to all. Because Yud He Vav He, who is Zir Anpin, bestows and lends his abundance of Mokin upon Yesod to the place that has nothing of its own, which is female. That place, the female principle, is nourished by it, Yesod. The words, he conducts his affairs justly refer to the fact that the female principle is nourished only according to his judgment, which is the Mokin of the light of Chachma. As it is written, justice and judgment are the habitation of your throne. So justice, which is the female principle, is nourished by judgment. And the secret of the aforementioned loan is that it is the supernal mother. The female principle has nothing of her own with which to receive the Mokin. She has only that which she borrows from the supernal mother and receives through Zir Anpin, as is already known. So the meaning of the verse, a good man, who is the Holy One, blessed be He, is that he lends with a good grace abundance to Yesod and the female principle. And in so doing, he orders his affairs, which is the female principle, according to his judgment, the great Mokin called judgment. A different meaning is that a good man signifies the righteous. As it is written, "Say to the righteous that it shall be well with him, for they shall eat the fruit of their doings." So the righteous are called good. Rabbi Yossi said that a good man alludes to Noach, as it is written, "Noach was a righteous man." Rabbi Yitzhak said that a good man alludes to the glory of the Shabbat, referring to the mokin of the day of Shabbat, because the text begins with the words, "It is a good thing to give thanks to Hashem." Rabbi Chia said, "It all amounts to the same thing, and they all said one thing, that the righteous produces offspring in the world." He also asked, "Who are the offspring of the world?" And he answered, "They are the souls of the righteous, as they are the fruit of the handiwork of the Holy One. Blessed be He." Rabbi Shimon said, "When the Holy One, blessed be He, puts on his diadems, he crowns himself from above and from below. Above, by the region of absolute depth, which is ABA and IMA, and below by the souls of the righteous. The result is that an increment of life from above and below embraces the place of sanctuary on all sides, causing the cistern to become full and the sea to be replenished, thereby providing life to all. 4. Drink water out of your own cistern. Our realm of Malchut cannot draw in the light without first arousing desire, and desire is aroused through the building of one's vessel. According to the Zohar, righteous souls build vessels through their positive actions and spiritual deeds. This secret is concealed within the story of Noah. The ark signifies the realm of Malchut. Noah represents the righteous souls. We learn that after Noah built and entered the ark, he was then able to beget offspring to populate the world. Building and entering the ark is the mystery concerning the awakening of desire in Malchut, and the offspring of Noah pertain to the light of the Creator that is revealed in our physical realm. We become righteous souls who awaken the desire of Malchut each time we recognize, admit, and thus uproot our own negative traits, transforming them into positive attributes. From this section we receive the ability to act with righteousness, thus arousing the desires of Malchut. It is written, "Drink water out of your own cistern, and running water out of your own well." So Rabbi Shimon asked, "Why does it say your own cistern first and then your own well, since a cistern is an empty place without water, while a well is a fountain of running water? They are completely different from each other." He answered, "Both are the same," meaning that both refer to the female principle. But when the poor are attached to that region, meaning when the female principle is not connected with Zir Anpin, who is her husband, she is considered to be poor and is called a cistern, with nothing of its own except what is put inside it. This region is called Dalet, the fourth letter of the alphabet, or the female principle when she is not connected with Zir Anpin, and later, when she mates with Zir Anpin, she becomes a well filled from all sides. This means that she is filled from the right column of Zir Anpin and from the central column of the souls of the righteous. And what do these signify? It is the letter He, or the female principle when she is mating with Zir Anpin. She is called Hei, when she is being filled from above from Zir Anpin and flowing from below from the souls of the righteous. A different explanation for the verse, "Drink water out of your own cistern," is that it refers to King David, who wrote, "Who shall be the one to give me water to drink of the cistern of Bet Lechem?" Here, the words running waters refer to Abraham, and out of the midst refers to Yaakov, who is the center. Out of the middle means out of the center. Your own well signifies Yitzhak, who is called well of living waters. Thus, in this verse, we find a reference to both the sacred chariot of the fathers and of King David. The passion of the female toward the male is only aroused when he puts the spirit into her, and the flow of Mayin Nukvin ascends to meet the Mayin Dukrin above. And the congregation of Yisrael, or Malchut, conceives a longing for the Holy One. Blessed be he, only when the spirits of the righteous enter her, in the secret of the female waters. And then do waters flow from within her, that illuminate in her by the power of the souls of the righteous, toward the male waters, which are the lights of the right column. And so, all of these three aspects become one passion, one union, and one tie, and this appeases everyone. And it is then that the Holy One, blessed be he, walks among the righteous. So now we see 5 aspects of the Mokin: Nefesh, Ruach, Neshama, Chaya, and Yekida. Come and behold, all the offspring, the souls from Gan Eden, which is the female principle of Zir Anpin that enclothes the supernal mother, do not issue from the righteous, Yesod of Zir Anpin, until he enters the ark and becomes one with it. And all the souls that it receives from the righteous are hidden there for a certain time, after which they are born and leave it. The same applies here. Noach, the righteous man, did not beget any offspring to populate the world until he entered the ark, and all gathered and were concealed on it within a certain period of time, after which they were born. They emerged from the ark to multiply in the world and to survive on earth. Had they not come through the ark, they would not have endured in the world. All this was done according to the divine pattern. For, just as they left the ark, or the female principle above, so they left the ark of Noach below. Only now was the world able to exist permanently. That is why the words, "and running waters out of the midst of your well," are related to, "and Noach begot 3 sons." 5. And the earth was corrupted. The spiritual lesson revealed through these verses concerns the residue of negativity created by our immoral actions. The forces of negativity, aroused when we sin, remain with us and within the world indefinitely until true repentance is achieved by the wrongdoer. This lingering negativity that hovers in our spiritual atmosphere can also influence others if their spiritual intentions are balanced on the narrow edge between good and evil. Should the remnants of a person's negative actions tip another person to the evil side, the original wrongdoer must assume a measure of responsibility for the second sinner's actions. And the earth was corrupted before Elohim. Rabbi Yehuda asked, if it says, "and the earth was corrupted," why before Elohim? Is it not obvious? And he replied, it is because they performed their sins openly, in front of everyone's eyes. And that is why the verse states, "before Elohim." Rabbi Yossi said, I believe the opposite. And the earth was corrupted before Elohim means that they did not sin openly. They sinned only before Elohim and not before man. But eventually they also sinned openly. As it is written, "And the earth was filled with violence," which indicates that there was not a place on earth that did not witness their sins. Therefore, the verse declares that they sinned in 2 ways, that is, in hiding and in the open. These are the generations of Noach. Rabbi Aba said, from the day that Adam transgressed his master's command, all succeeding generations were called sons of Adam. But it was not said to praise him as much as to say, these are the sons of the man who transgressed his master's command. But after Noach had appeared, all the descendants of mankind are called after his name, the generations of Noach. And this describes Noach's descendants in an honorable sense, because he secured for us permanent existence in the world, in contrast with the generations of Adam, which describes us in a dishonorable sense, as he caused us to be driven out of this world by bringing death to all. Rabbi Yossi said to him, if it is really so, we nevertheless see that in a later passage it is written, Hashem came down to see the city and the tower that the children of Adam had built. The verse clearly states the children of Adam and not the children of Noach, even though they were descended from Noach. Rabbi Aba replied that because Adam sinned before his master, the verse invokes his name. And it would have been better for him not to have been created than to be mentioned in the Torah in such a manner. Come and behold. It is written, a wise son makes a glad father. When a son is good, then all the people will mention his father's name with praise. But if a son is bad, they will mention his father with reproach. Now because Adam sinned and transgressed his master's command, when the tower builders came and rebelled against their master, what was written about them? That the children of Adam had built. These are the children of Adam, the first man who had rebelled against his master and transgressed his command. That is why the verse states that these are the generations of Noach. These generations are considered to be the descendants and not the former ones. Those who came out of the ark and emerged from it are the generations. The generations of Adam which did not come out of Gan Eden were not destined to exist. 6. If Adam had not sinned, he would not have begot any offspring. From the time of Adam's sin, the children born into our world retain an aspect of the evil inclination within their essence. This section helps prevent this evil presence from occurring in new children. Moreover, these words weaken and remove this negative influence from our children as we meditate upon the pages. Come and behold. If Adam had brought generations with him from Gan Eden, they would have lived for generations. And the light of the moon, which refers to the light of Malchut, would have never been darkened. And all would have lived forever, and not even the angels above could have stood before them and borne their light brilliance and wisdom. As it is written, in the image of Elohim did he create him. But because he was the cause of the sin, he had to leave Gan Eden and bear children outside. So his generations did not last because they were not fit. Rabbi Chizkiah then asked, how could they have begotten offspring there in Gan Eden? Had the evil inclination not been drawn down on him and enticed him to sin, he would have dwelled alone in the world and would have not begotten any offspring. The same applies to the nation of Israel. Had they not sinned by the golden calf and drawn upon themselves the evil inclination after accepting the Torah, they also would have never borne any offspring, and no new generations would have come into the world. The main point is that the power of mating derives mainly from the evil inclination. So without the evil inclination there can be no offspring. He answered, had Adam not sinned, he would not have borne offspring from the side of the evil inclination, but he would have borne them from the side of the Holy Spirit. But because he produced offspring only from the side of the evil inclination, all the offspring of mankind who are the sons of Adam are born from the side of the evil inclination. They have no existence and no permanence, because the other side has been mixed with them. But if Adam had not sinned and had not been driven out of Gan Eden, he would have begot offspring from the side of the Holy Spirit. And they would have been as holy as the supreme angels, and lived generations upon generations as angels do above. This means that there are two kinds of mating. One is the spiritual mating of the angels. The second is the mating of Yesod for the souls. That need for the evil inclination relates only to the mating of Yesod, and not to the spiritual mating that comes from the side of the Holy Spirit. But because he sinned and begot children outside Gan Eden, and he did not merit to begot them in Gan Eden, therefore they did not survive even only to take root in this world until Noach came and went into the ark. And from the ark all descending generations of mankind emerged and spread to all four corners of the earth. 7. And Elohim saw the earth. Reading these paragraphs helps purify the earth, which is constantly being corrupted and defiled through both small and large actions of negativity. And Elohim saw the earth, and behold, it was corrupt. Why was the earth corrupt? Can it be that it deserved to be punished? And he answers, yes, because all flesh had corrupted its ways, as has already been explained. Rabbi Chia opened the discussion, saying, "And Elohim saw from their deeds that they had repented from their evil way. Come and behold. When the people are righteous and observe the commandments of the Torah, the earth is invigorated and full of joy." And why is that? Because the Shekhinah dwells upon the earth, and everyone both above and below is joyous. But when mankind corrupts its ways, does not observe the commandments of the Torah, and sins before its master, then it is as if mankind drives the Shekhinah out of the world. Then the earth is left corrupt, for the Shekhinah is repelled by it and does not dwell on it. Then the earth is corrupt. And why should the earth be corrupt? Because a different spirit rests upon it, causing the corruption. Can the same be applied to the land of Yisrael as well? That is, another spirit could be dwelling there. But we have learned that no other spirit rests upon the land of Yisrael, and there is no other appointed angel beside the Holy One, blessed be He Himself. If so, then why was the land of Yisrael corrupted? And he replied, "Come and behold. It is true that no other appointee or messenger dwells in the land of Yisrael, beside the Holy One, blessed be He Himself, but there is one time that the evil spirit may govern the land in order to destroy people." How do we know about that? From King David, as it is written, "And he saw the angel of Hashem standing between the earth and the heavens, with a drawn sword in his hand stretched out over Jerusalem, and then the land was destroyed." Rabbi Elazar said, "Even in that time, when he saw the angel of Hashem standing, it was the Holy One, blessed be He." Because what is written here, the angel of Hashem, is analogous to the angel who redeemed me and also to the angel of the Elohim. And as these verses refer to the Holy One, blessed be He, so does this one. Be it for the best or the worst, the Holy One, blessed be He, shall always govern this land. For the best, because the land of Yisrael was never passed on to any other supernal governor, and the Holy One, blessed be He, alone can do it good. And all the other inhabitants of the world should be ashamed of their deeds, because they are under ministers. For the worst means that only the Holy One, blessed be He, rules over this land to prevent the other ministers from delighting in ruling over it. And if you will ask, is it not written? For she has seen that the heathens entered into her sanctuary and have destroyed the temple, which implies that if really no other ministers ruled, then the temple would not have been destroyed. Come and behold. It is stated, "For you have done, and Hashem has done what He has devised." So you can see that it was done by the Holy One, Himself, blessed be He, and not by ministers. Come and behold. It is written, "And Elohim saw the earth, and behold, it was corrupt. It was surely corrupt." And furthermore, it is also stated, "And Elohim saw from their deeds that they had repented from their evil ways." Because then the earth calls out to the heavens above, to Zir Anpin, and is raised to the upper grade. It beautified its face, as though it were a female beautifying herself for the male. In the same manner, the earth tried to please the king, who is Zir Anpin, for she raised righteous children for him. While here, what is written about the generation of the flood that did not repent? And Elohim saw the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, like a wife who committed adultery and hides her face from her husband. When the sins of mankind multiply and become overwhelming, the earth sins openly and becomes brazen like a woman who has no shame. As it is written, "And the earth was defiled under its inhabitants." And so it is said, "And he saw that the earth was assuredly corrupt." You may ask, why? Because all flesh had corrupted their ways upon the earth. 8. Hashem has done that which He devised. As a parent feels the pain of a child whose iniquities have caused the child great suffering, The Creator feels the pain of all the souls who walk this earth. We should attempt to understand the Creator's love for us and become inspired to relieve His pain by transforming ourselves. And in the process of doing so, we will relieve our own pain as well. Rabbi Elazar went over to Rabbi Yossi, the son of Rabbi Shimon, son of Lakunya, his father-in-law. As soon as he saw him, he spread carpets over planks of wood and prepared a canopy under which they both sat. His father-in-law asked him if, by any chance, he had learned from his father the meaning of the verse, "Hashem has done that which he devised. He has performed his word that he commanded in the days of old." He answered, "Our friends have already explained it. He has performed his word means that he ripped his precious cloak. That he commanded in the days of old means that this cloak he commanded from the supernal days of old, meaning from the spirit of the parts of Vedic, called days of old. On the day the temple was destroyed, he ripped his cloak, for it is his honor and perfection, namely Malchut, which is called the honor of Hashem, and it is his perfection because through it, he perfects himself with the mokin of the light of Chachma. And he ripped it means that the first 9 spirit left it and only the 10th remained. He asked, "Hashem has done that which he devised. Is this the way of a king to devise evil against his sons even before they have sinned?" And he answered, "It is like a king who had a precious vessel and was constantly afraid that it might one day break. So he used to watch it by keeping it under his eye. One day his son came along and made the king angry. So the king took his precious vessel and smashed it. That is why it says that which he has devised. Come and behold. From the day the temple was built, the Holy One, blessed be he, used to watch it because it was very precious to him. And he used to worry that Yisrael might sin and cause the temple to be destroyed. So every time he came to the temple, he wore a precious mantle, meaning that he mated with Malchut. But when Yisrael sinned and made the king furious, the temple was destroyed and he tore his cloak apart. That is the meaning of Hashem has done that which he has devised. He has performed. His word, as mentioned here, refers to Malchut, which was sitting in the beginning on the top of the tree. And the king crowned himself with it, and he had before him a beautiful tree, the tree of the souls before they come into this world, in front of his eyes. But now, after the destruction of the temple, he ripped his cloak, meaning that the upper 9 spirit left Malchut and only the light of Nefesh remained there. So now, after the destruction, there is sadness before him all over in the external houses, but not in the internal ones. As the verse reads, "Behold, the valiant ones shall cry without," that is, only external ones. And on that day Hashem Tzivoti called to weeping, to mourning, to baldness, and to girding with sackcloth. This means that only on that day, when the temple was destroyed, did he call for weeping and mourning. But aside from that day, there is no greater joy for the Holy One, blessed be he, than when the wicked of the world, who provoke him, are removed from this world. As it is written, "And when the wicked perish there is joy." So in each generation, when judgment is executed on the wicked of the world, there is joy and songs before the Holy One, blessed be he. And if you claim that we learned that there is no joy before the Holy One, blessed be he, when he passes his judgment on the sinners, come and behold. When judgment is delivered on the wicked, there is joy and exultation before him, because they are removed from this world. But when is their joy? When the time that he has waited for them to repent is over, and they have not returned to him from sinning. But if judgment is delivered on them before their time has come, and the measure of their sins has not yet been completed, it is as it is written, "The iniquity of the emery is not yet full." This means that there still is a chance that they may repent, Thus, there is no joy, and there is grief before him because of their destruction. But you might ask, if their time has not come yet, then why should judgment be delivered on them? Because it is they who inflict the punishment on themselves, as the Holy One, blessed be He, would never punish them before their time has come. Because they associate with Yisrael in an effort to harm them, He passes His judgment on them and entirely removes them from the world before their time is up. And now there is grief before Him, for He destroyed them before their time. This is also the reason why He drowned the Egyptians in the sea and destroyed the enemies of Yisrael in the days of Jehoshaphat. They were all destroyed before their time because they wanted to harm the nation of Yisrael. So only when the time that He waits for them is completed, and they do not mend their ways, is their destruction a cause for joy and exultation before Him. The only exception was the time when the temple was destroyed, because even though their time for angering Him had expired, there was no joy before Him. From that time onward, there has been happiness neither above nor below. 9. For yet 7 days. Learning the words that compose these powerful verses help us understand the spiritual dangers associated with the wasting of one's sperm. The negative forces in our midst automatically attach themselves to any gateway where the greatest light can shine. This is Yesod in the upper world and the sexual organ in the physical world. The Kabbalist, however, does not consider the vague concepts of morality and codes of right and wrong as motivation for maintaining sexual relations within the spiritual confines of marriage. Rather, it is our own spiritual understanding of the metaphysical forces at work, including the laws of cause and effect, that will provide the impetus. Historically, religious and moral authorities, according to the Kabbalist, have not been granted great influence in regulating sexual relations. Instead, individual people must be empowered with knowledge that can assist them in understanding the consequences of their actions. If they are to be truly motivated, people must recognize the benefits to themselves derived from any particular spiritual action for yet 7 days, and I will cause it to rain upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. Rabbi Yehuda said, "What is the meaning of these 40 days and 40 nights? These 40 days are to strike the wicked of the world, as is written. 40 strikes he may hit him and not exceed, corresponding to the 4 winds of the world, which are the secret of Chachma, Bina, Tiferet, and Malchut. As each one has 10, there are altogether 40. For man was created from the 4 winds of the world." So, the verse continues, "And every living substance that I have made will I destroy from the face of the earth." 40 strikes are needed to destroy the world. Rabbi Yitzhak was visiting Rabbi Shimon, and he asked him about the verse that states, "And the earth was corrupt before the Elohim." Now, if it was man who sinned and was corrupt, what was the earth's sin? Rabbi Shimon answered, "As it is written, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon earth, and the land was defiled. Therefore I did visit the iniquity thereof upon it. So it is mankind that sins. But if you ask what is the sin of the earth, you should know that mankind constitutes the essence of the earth. If mankind corrupts it, it has become corrupted. This is proven by the verse. And Elohim saw the earth and beheld it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted their way upon the earth. Come and behold, all of man's sins and corruption can be atoned for by repentance. But by the sin of spilling his seed on the earth, man corrupts himself and the earth as well. And of such a person it is written, The stain of your iniquity remains before me, and for you are not an El that has pleasure in wickedness. Evil shall not sojourn with you." This means that a person who wastes his semen on the earth is called evil, and he shall not sojourn any more with the Holy One. Blessed be He. In other words, he shall not accept his repentance, except after great penitence. It is also written that Yehuda's firstborn, was wicked in the eyes of Hashem, and Hashem slew him, as already explained elsewhere. Rabbi Yehuda asked, "Why did the Holy One, blessed be he, bring his judgment on the world, namely the generation of the flood, punishing them with water and not with fire or something else?" Rabbi Shimon replied that there is a secret behind this. As they corrupted their ways, the upper waters and the lower waters were unable to join as the male and the female ought. Anyone who corrupts his ways also corrupts the male and female waters. This means that he causes a defect in the male and female waters, preventing them from being connected with each other. So they were punished by water, just as they had sinned. These waters were boiling and they skinned them alive, just like they corrupted their ways in boiling water. One judgment against another means that he punished them measure for measure. All the fountains of the great deep broke open, refers to the lower waters, while and the windows of heaven were opened refers to the upper waters. Thus they were punished by both upper and lower waters. Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Yossi were walking on their way. Reaching some great mountains, they found human bones that belonged to the generation of the flood. They walked alongside one of these bones, which measured 300 steps. Astonished, they said to each other, "This clarifies what our friends have said, that they did not fear the judgment of the Holy One. Blessed be he, as is written. They said to El, 'Depart from us, for we do not desire the knowledge of your ways.'" So what did they do? They clogged the fountains of the deep with their feet. But the waters were too hot, and when they could no longer bear it, they slipped, fell on the ground, and eventually died. 10. And Noach begot 3 sons. We receive assistance in purifying our souls from the hand of the Creator himself, who literally removes the soul, cleanses it, renews it from one of the 3 upper worlds discussed here, and then gently returns it to our being. This process, which occurs as we meditate upon the Zohar, is subtle and unobserved by the human senses. And Noach begot 3 sons. Rabbi Chia said to Rabbi Yossi, "Come and let me tell you what I have heard about this. It resembles a situation in which a man mates with his wife once, and then 2 or 3 children are born. Each one is different from the other in his ways and character. One is virtuous, one is wicked, and one is average. So there are 3 strands of the spirit that stretch out, fly, and are included within 3 worlds. Bria, Yetzirah, and Asiya. Come and behold. The neshama emerges from male and female of Atzilut, and it passes through mountains of separation into the worlds of Bria, Yetzirah, and Asiya. There, the Ruach connects to the neshama. The neshama descends down toward the nefesh, joins the Ruach, and they all connect with each other. Rabbi Yehuda said, "The nefesh and the Ruach are included one with the other when a person is born in the world. And there can never be a nefesh without a Ruach. The neshama resides in a man's character and ways, which means that the neshama is not born with the nefesh and Ruach. Therefore, he should draw his neshama down to him by walking a straight and good path. The neshama resides in a secret compartment, whose location is unknown. It is born with the 6 ends, which are nefesh, Ruach, and the upper 3 spirit. These remain in the female principle of Atzilut, hidden from the residents of Bria, Yetzirah, and Asiya. A person who comes to purify himself is aided with a holy neshama. He is then purified, sanctified, and called holy. But if he does not merit and does not come to purify himself, then only 2 grades nefesh and Ruach are open to him. For him, there is no holy neshama. Not only that, but if a person comes to defile himself, then he is defiled and loses heavenly support. Therefore, each person is judged according to his ways. That is why if a person repents and comes to purify himself, he will get the support again. But, you may point out, when a person is born he receives only the nefesh of the clean cattle. Still, the ruach is always included with the nefesh, as already explained. Thus, he has the nefesh and the ruach as soon as he is born, but the neshama from the side of the pure cattle is received according to his deeds. And this applies to every grade or level. Tosefta, we are the high ties of the greatest of fortresses. The term ties refers to the nefesh, ruach, and neshama, which are called three ties. In other words, our nefesh, ruach, and neshama are tied together in the central column, which is the strongest of all the fortresses. It is capable of standing up to the other side. Therefore, the eyes and the ears are open, meaning Chachma and Bina, who are called eyes and Aris. A voice from the voices descends from above and smashes mountains and rocks, meaning that the central column, which is called the voice and is Dayat, includes the three voices of Chachma, Bina, and Dayat of Dayat. But only one voice descends and illuminates from above downward and smashes all the strong clipet that are called mountains and rocks. But the two upper voices, which are Chachma and Bina of Dayat, are not drawn down. Those who see but do not see, and who have become hard of hearing and have difficulty seeing, who do not see, do not hear, and do not know how to understand the one located and included between the two, they are pushed out. They cling to these two, meaning to the two columns of right and left, which are Chachma and Bina, while the one, the best of craftsmen, which is the central column and the master craftsman, on whom all the Mokin Dibin does not reside among them. Therefore they do not enter among the holy books, because all those who do not have the craftsman, or the central column residing among them, are not written in the book of memories. This means that they receive neither the great Mokin of Bina, which is called the book of memories, nor the book of life. Therefore they are erased from the book of life and have no share in it. As it is written, let them be blotted out of the book of the living, and not be written with the righteous. Woe to those who leave this world erased from the book of life. Who shall ask about them and plead for them when they are turned over to hands of the angel Duma, and are in the burning fire, which they can leave only on the first day of the month and on the days of Shabbat. As it is written, and it shall come to pass, that from one new moon to another and from one Shabbat to another, shall all flesh come to worship before me, says Hashem. When the Shabbat and the beginning of the month are over, an announcer from the north says, the wicked shall be turned back to Shol. Angels of destruction then gather and attack them with 4 burning winds of fire in the valley of Ben Hinnom. They do so to punish the wicked who spoiled the 4 aspects of Chachma, Bina, Tiferet, and Malchut. They are visited 3 times a day during the 3 periods of mating between Zir Anpin and the female principal. These visits occur during the 3 prayers of each day to ease their punishment. Not only that, but when Yisrael says aloud, Amen, may the great name of Hashem be praised, during the Kaddish, then there is mating in the upper worlds, and the Holy One, blessed be He, is filled with compassion and mercy and forgives all. Then he signals to the angel appointed over the gates of Gehinnom, whose name is Samariel, and who has 3 keys with which he opens the 3 gates to the side of the desert. And then they see the light of this world, and immediately as a fiery smoke comes and conceals the ways of light, and it becomes dark. Then the 3 in charge, who have trowels in their hands, use them to fan the smoke and blow it back to its place. Then they are at ease for an hour and a half, after which they return to the fire. They are also at ease 3 times a day, as well as each and every time Yisrael answer Amen, May the great name of Hashem be praised. Happy are the righteous whose paths and ways illuminate and shine to all directions in the world to come. As it is written, but the path of just men is like the gleam of sunlight that shines ever more brightly until the height of noonday. 11. The punishment in Gehinnom. A positive and healthy fear of sin can inspire us to pursue spiritual development, thereby avoiding the negative repercussions inherent in our world of cause and effect. Rabbi Aba said that in Gehinnom, there are compartments upon compartments, seconds, thirds, and so on until 7. Our friends have already explained this issue. Happy are the righteous who guard themselves from the sins of the wicked and do not follow in their paths nor defile themselves. For when a person who has become impure dies, he passes onto the world of truth and goes down into Gehinnom. There he descends until he reaches the lowest compartment. And there are 2 compartments close to each other that are called Shol and Avedon. Whoever reaches Shol is judged and punished there and is then raised to a different but higher compartment. This continues until he is released from there. But those who go down and reach Avedon are never raised from there again. That is why it is called Avedon, because they are lost there forever. Come and behold. Noach the righteous warned the people of his generation, but they did not heed him until the Holy One, blessed be He, brought the punishment of Gehinnom upon them. What is the punishment Gehinnom? It is fire and snow, water and fire, the first is cold, the other boiling. And all of that generation were sentenced to punishment in Gehinnom and lost from the world. After that punishment, the world was able to exist and function correctly. Noach entered the ark and brought into it all the species of living creatures of the world. So, of course, Noach was a tree that begot fruit, meaning that he was Yesod, who is called righteous. And then all the species of the world emerged from the ark just as it happened above, meaning just As Yesod and Malchut above. Come and behold. When the tree that begets fruit, Yesod of Zir Anpin, is joined with the fruit tree, which is Malchut, then all the species of above big and small animals and all their varieties come forward, each with other members of its species. As it is written, both small and great beasts, so was the case with Noach and the ark. They all emerged from the ark, meaning they all were corrected while they were in the ark. It is the same with the offspring above, who receive their correction from Malchut. And the world exists just as it does above. And this is why Noach is called the man of the earth and a just man, meaning that the righteous is just as is Yesod above, as has been previously explained. Rabbi Chia said, for 300 years before the great flood, Noach warned them to change their ways, but they did not listen to him until the time when the Holy One, blessed be He, had finished waiting for them to repent. This is as written, yet his days shall be 120 years. Then they were lost from the world. Come and behold. In the previous portion of the week, it is written, and it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born to them, and they went naked in front of all. And then what is written? And the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men. This was the main cause that brought them to continue sinning until it finally caused them to be destroyed. And because of that they followed the evil inclination, held fast to its trunk and roots, rejected the holy faith among themselves, and became defiled. So it is written, the end of all flesh has come before me, to teach that they were enticed. 12. The end of all flesh. When the angel of death is given free rein as a result of the accumulated negative actions of mankind, his power becomes vastly enlarged. Even innocent souls who inadvertently cross his path fall victim to his powers of death and destruction. Nevertheless, Noah was able to find refuge within the Arkansas. The Zohar reveals that the Zohar itself is an embodiment of the ark, and can therefore provide protection in times of chaos and destruction. Elohim said to Noach, "The end of all flesh has come before me." Rabbi Yehuda related this verse to the one reading, Hashem, make me know my end and the measure of my days what it is. Let me know how short-lived I am. King David said to the Holy One, blessed be he. There are two ends, one on the right and one on the left. And they are two paths for man to walk to the world of truth. There is an end to the right because it is written, at the end of the days. And there also is an end of the left, as is written. He sets an end to darkness, and the ending of all things does he investigate, the stones of darkness and the shadow of death. Who is the investigator? He is none other than the end who is to the left. He is the investigator who brings darkness upon the faces of the creatures. The end of the right is, as we have previously said, to the end of the right. As the Holy One, blessed be he, said to Daniel, but go your way till the end be, for you shall rest. Daniel asked him, in this world or in the world of truth? He answered him, in the world of truth, as it is written, they shall rest in their resting places. He asked him, at the time when they shall rise from the earth, meaning at the time of the resurrection of the dead, shall I rise and be among them or not? He answered him, and stand. Daniel continued, I know that at the time of the resurrection they shall rise in groups. Some of them shall be the righteous, while the others shall be the wicked of the world. But I do not know with whom shall I rise. He answered him, for your allotted portion, meaning among the righteous. He continued, but you said go your way till the end be. But there is the end of the right and the end of the left, and I do not know to which one I will go. He answered him, to the end of the right. Similarly, David said to the Holy One, blessed be he. Hashem, make me know my end. What is the portion of my lot? That is, he wanted to know his fate, and he had no rest until he was told, sit at my right hand. Come and behold. The Holy One, blessed be he, told Noach as well, the end of all flesh has come before me. Noach asked, which end? The end of the right or the end of the left? And he answered, it is the end that brought darkness upon the faces of the creatures and caused the end of all flesh, which means it is the end of the left, which is the angel of death. From the words has come before me we learn that the wicked people of the world go out of their way to attract the angel of death upon themselves in order to bring darkness upon themselves. Therefore, because they give him permission, he grabs the soul. But he never takes the soul without permission. That is why the verse reads, has come before me. This means that he comes before me to get permission to bring darkness upon the faces of people of the world. And that is why it is written, I will destroy them with the earth, because I gave him permission. Make an ark of gopher wood, on which to save yourself so that he should have no power over you. Come and behold. We have learned that when there is a plague in a city or in the world, a person should not show himself in the marketplace, because the angel of destruction has received permission to destroy everything. This is why the Holy One, blessed be he, told Noach, it behooves you to take heed and not show yourself before the angel of destruction, so that he may not have power to rule over you. But, you might say, who mentioned an angel of destruction here? It was only the onrush of the waters that became a flood. Now come and behold, whether the world is stricken, or even when the world is only given over for judgment, the angel of destruction is in the middle of all punishment done in the world. Now here as well there was a flood. The angel of destruction walked within the flood, and, as a result, he was called the flood. Thus he was included within it. So the Holy One, blessed be he, told Noach to hide himself inside the ark and not to show himself to the world. And you may wonder how the ark survived. even though it was seen in the world through which the angel of destruction walked. But, as long as the face of the person is not seen by the angel of destruction, he cannot rule over him. And how do we know this? From Egypt, because the verse reads, "As none of you shall go out of the door of his house until the morning." The reason is that the angel of destruction was present outside and could destroy anyone, and none should be seen before him. This is why Noach and all those who joined him hid within the ark. There, the angel of destruction had no power over them. Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Yossi were on their way, when they came upon the mountains of Ararat, where they observed some deep ravines which had been left from the days of the great flood. Rabbi Chia told Rabbi Yossi, "These ravines are from the days of the great flood, and the Holy One, blessed be He, has left them to stay on throughout all the generations to come, so that the sins of the wicked would not be erased before Him. Because it is the way of the Holy One, blessed be He. He desires that the righteous who fulfill His will be remembered above as well as below. He desires that their memories not be forgotten through the generations. Likewise, He also desires that the wicked who do not fulfill His will be remembered. He desires that their sins never be forgotten and their punishments and their wicked ways always remembered, as it is written, 'The stain of your iniquity remains before me.' 13. Cry you with a shrill voice, poor Anatot. Whereas Moses was able to help generate the revelation of light on Mount Sinai, including the state of immortality, Noah was unable to accomplish the same feat in his time. The Zohar explains that Noah was a force of one, while Moses achieved a critical mass of people through the 600,000 souls who stood on Sinai. Awareness and inner motivation to bring about the total removal of evil and chaos from this earth is imbued to the reader through these passages. They awaken a desire to transform our own negative nature and to share the light of the Zohar. According to all Kabbalists, the Zohar is the most effective of all instruments for removing the negative inclinations born into the hearts of mankind. When a critical mass of people have embraced its wisdom, we will permanently eradicate all of humanity's pain and suffering. Rabbi Yossi quoted, "Cry you with a shrill voice, O daughter of Galim. Hark, O Lesha, O you poor Anatot." Our companions have already explained this verse, which refers to the congregation of Yisrael, which is Malchut. So cry with a shrill voice, O daughter of Galim refers to the daughter of Abraham, the patriarch, and the secret of the father establishes the daughter. And he is Chesed that ascended to Chachma. And when the daughter has the mokin of Aba, she is then called Bat Galim, as it is written, a spring, which is closed, meaning that Malchut is called Gal or spring when she receives the mokin of the father, Aba. Therefore, here she is also called Galim or springs, because springs refer to the upper lights that gather, enter Malchut, and fill her. The gathering of these lights is the secret of the three vowels, Kalam, Shurik, and Chirik, as has already been quoted. Your shoots are a garden of pomegranates. So, the shoots refer also to the upper lights that gather and are drawn into Malchut, like streams and rivers. Listen, Lesha. The word Lesha also appears in the verse, the lion perishes for lack of prey. This means it is the opposite of the name Galim, as it refers to the time when Malchut, lacking abundance, has no importance. Laish is the masculine term, Lesha is the feminine. So when the term Lesha appears, it refers to Malchut, which is the female principle. And he asks, why is she called by the name Laish? Is it because it is written, lion which is strongest among beasts? Does this signify the lion's might? Or is it written to remind us that the lion perishes for lack of prey? which is because of lack of abundance. And he answered, all that is said refers to Laish. The term Laish refers to the time when Malchut is at the point of Shuruk, when both the aspects of Gvura and the lack of abundance converge and appear in her. At this stage, Malchut is called the lower Gvura, as she is drawn down from the upper Gvura, meaning from the Gvura of Bina. And that is why she is described as the lion, which is strongest of all beasts. But also she is the lion perishes for lack of prey. When these streams, which are the supernal lights, depart and do not enter her, then she is called the Lesha, which perishes for lack of prey. As is written, the lion perishes for lack of prey, and the lion's whelps are scattered abroad. And when the verses mention Lesha or Poor Anatot, meaning the poorest of the poor, the meaning is the same as in of the priests that were in Anatot, and Anatot, get on your fields. These terms of Anatot always indicate poverty. He further asked, what does Solomon want to teach us by the term Anatot? And he answered, as long as King David was alive, Eviatar became wealthy and prosperous. But after that, when King David died, Eviatar became poor. Then King Solomon told him, Anatot, get on your fields. He asked, what is the true reason that Solomon called him by the name Anatot? Why should he call him with a name of disgrace? And he answered, he wanted to tell him that during your days my father lived in poverty. But now that I am rich, get on your fields. For a person who served during the days of poverty is not fit to serve during the days of prosperity. He further stated that we should now explain why Eviatar was called Anatot. Should one assume that it was because he was from Anatot? We have already learned from the verse. And one of the sons of Achimelech, the son of Achitov, named Eviatar, escaped. And he came from Novi, the city of the priests. We have learned that Novi is also called Anatot, and why is it called Anatot? Because of the poverty and destitution to which it had been reduced by King Shaul through the slaughter of all its priestly inhabitants. Nevertheless, this is not the true reason for the name, because Anatot was the name of a village that is not November. Rather, King Solomon called Eviatar Anatot because you were afflicted in all that my father was afflicted, and because he also came from the city of November. So the true reason is that because King David lived in poverty in his days, he called him thus Anatot. Rabbi Chia said that the world was in a state of poverty from the time that Adam transgressed the command of the Holy One, blessed be he, until the time when Noach came forward and offered his sacrifice, thereby settling the world. Rabbi Yossi said that the world was not settled and the land was not pure from the pollution of the serpent until Yisrael stood at Mount Sinai and held onto the tree of life. Only then did the world settle properly. And had the children of Yisrael not sinned before the Holy One, blessed be he, they would have never died, for the pollution of the serpent had been purged from them. But because of their sin, the first tablets, which brought freedom from all sins, freedom from the serpent, who is the end of all flesh, this is the angel of death, were broken. And when the Levites rose up to slay the guilty, that is when Moshe told them, put every man his sword by his side, and slay every man his brother. Then the evil serpent rose up in front of them. Nevertheless, he could not dominate them because all Yisrael was girt with a special armor that protected them against his attacks. This special armor is the ornamentation that they received at Mount Chorav. Thus, the serpent could not have prevailed against them. However, when he said to Moshe, therefore, now put your ornaments off from yourself, the permission to rule over Yisrael was given to the serpent. Come and behold, it is written, and the children of Yisrael were stripped of their ornaments from the mount of Chorev. So he asked, were stripped? It should have been written stripped themselves. And he answered that the words were stripped show us that they were actually stripped by another power, as permission was given to the serpent to rule over them. The ornaments they received from the Mount Chorev refers to the time when the Torah was given to Yisrael. Rabbi Chia asked, "Why, if Noach was a righteous man, did he not cancel death over the world, just as it was cancelled at the time of the giving of the Torah?" And he answered, "Because the pollution of the serpent had not yet been removed from the world, and because the people of the world had no faith in the Holy One, blessed be He. As a result, they clung to the leaves of the lower tree, the forces of external powers, and covered themselves with the spirit of defilement. Not only that, but when they left the ark, they continued to sin and follow the evil inclination, as they had before. Also the Holy Torah, which is the tree of life, had not yet been brought down for the world by the Holy One, blessed be He. In addition to all this, Noach himself brought death upon the world. As it is written, and he drank of the wine and was drunk, and was uncovered within his tent. This has already been explained. 14. The Jew. The following section reveals the hidden secrets and mysteries concerning the holidays of Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot, and the first day of each new month. The Zohar reveals the process by which we utilize these spiritual tools to cleanse our world and our souls of the negative residues from our egotistic behavior. We can help facilitate all these processes as we meditate and intently browse through the ancient text. As they were walking along, they saw a Jew coming toward them. Rabbi Yossi said that this person is a Jew because he looks like a Jew. When he reached them, they asked him who he was. He told them that he was on a religious errand, as he lived in the village of Draman, and the time of the holiday having arrived, they needed the palm branch and the other 3 components. He was on his way to cut them down for the purpose of the commandment. They walked together. The Jew spoke to them and asked, "Have you heard why we need these 4 kinds with the palm branch to appease the world during this holiday, but not at any other time?" They told him, "Our colleagues have already explained this subject by telling the reason, but if you have a new explanation, then say it." He said, "The place where we live is indeed a small one, but all indulge in the study of the Torah. We have a rabbi who is well known among the rabbis, whose name is Rabbi Yitzhak, and who is the son of Rabbi Yossi from Makozieh. He teaches us new explanations of the Torah each and every day. And he said that during this holiday, it is the time of the domination of Yisrael, when Yisrael obtains domination over the ministers of the 70 nations. So it is written, 'Then the malicious waters would have gone over our soul. Blessed be Hashem, who has not given us as a prey to their teeth.' And he asked, 'Does water have teeth?' And he replied that they, the malicious waters, refer to the other nations, and the teeth refer to the supernal ministers of these nations, who are worshippers of the planets and constellations. They are blessed through Yisrael, and they are called malicious waters, as it says the malicious waters. To dominate the ministers of the nations, we come with the holy name that is represented by those 4 kinds with the palm branch. The myrtle is the secret of Chesed, Gvura, and Tiferet, from the letter Yud of the holy name. The willow branches are the secret of Netzach and Had, from the first letter He of the holy name. The palm branch is the secret of Yesed, from the letter Vav of the holy name, and the citron is the secret of Malchut of the lower He of the holy name. Together they appease the Holy One, blessed be He, and rule over the malicious waters with the secret of the holy name. They bring and arouse upon us the holy waters, namely the abundance of the upper waters, for the water libation ceremony at the altar, which is Malchut. And these upper waters overcome the malicious waters. And he went on to say that on Rosh Hashanah, the first awakening, which is the female principle, reoccurs and appears in the world. This means that the female principle returns to its previous status on the fourth day of the creation. And he asked, "What is this first awakening?" And he answered, that it is the lower courthouse that is aroused in order to judge the world. It is when the Holy One, blessed be He, sits on the throne of judgment and judges the world. This house of judgment rules and judges the world until Yom HaKippurim, when the face of the female principle lights up. This means that the female principle receives the upper three Sfirit Keter, Chachma, and Bina called the face. At this time, the slanderous serpent leaves the world alone, because he is busy with the scapegoat which has been offered to him. This offering is from the side of the spirit of defilement, which is appropriate for the slanderous serpent, who is the prosecutor. So while he is occupied with his scapegoat, he does not approach the holy temple or the female principle. That is, he does not approach the children of Yisrael in order to prosecute them anymore, and does not separate the mating of Zohar Anpin and the female principle. This scapegoat is like the sin offering of the he-goat on the first day of the month. Because he is occupied with it, the face of the holy temple, which is the female principle, lights up. And this is how all Yisrael find mercy in the eyes of the Holy One, blessed be He, and how the sins of Yisrael are removed. But there is one secret, he told them, that may not be revealed, except to exceedingly wise, saintly, and pious men. Rabbi Yossi asked him, "And what is that secret?" So he answered, "I have not yet checked you out, so I cannot tell whether you are fit to hear this secret." They proceeded on their way, and after a while he said, "When the moon, which is the female principle, approaches the sun, which is Zir Anpin, then the Holy One, blessed be He, stirs up the northern side, which is the left column that is drawn from the point of Shuruk, and he grasps her lovingly and draws her toward himself. This is the secret of asking permission through appeasement. And then the southern side, which is the right column, is aroused from the other side, namely from the side of the point of Shuruk. And eventually the moon, which is the female principle, rises and joins the east, which is Zir Anpin. Thus, she draws sustenance from both sides, from the south and from the north, and receives the blessing or the abundance of the mating, in silence. In silence means that she is in the stage of the six ends and under the influence of the point of Shuruk, which is the secret of the verse, but her voice was not heard. For the word's voice and speaking signify the upper three Sfirit. And now the moon is blessed and filled with the abundance, as a woman approaches her husband. This means that a complete mating has occurred, in which the entire Mokin are revealed to the world. Just as there are secrets pertaining to the body of man and its correspondence to the Zir Anpin, so too there are secrets pertaining to the body of the female principle of Zir Anpin. And the only difference between them is their color. The color green is the secret of Zohar Anpin, while red is the secret of the female principle. Nevertheless, the shapes of their parts are similar, and as there is that above which joins her and rises to receive her with love, so below Atzilut, beneath the moon of the other side, lies the secret of the lower man. He also has the same parts of the body, namely the left and right and so on. What we learn from this is that all the levels are modeled after one another, such that the shapes of the upper levels carry down to the lower ones. And the arousal of any one of these aspects arouses an opposite aspect in the other levels, as shall further be explained. Above, the left arm of Zir Anpin holds the female principle and rises lovingly toward her. But below, the serpent, which is the left arm of the spirit of defilement, rides upon the female principle of defilement, and he who rides upon the serpent, who is the male of the defilement, and mates with him, grasps him. By this he approaches the moon, which is the female principle, and draws her toward him, meaning that he sucks from her from between the clinging, meaning the place of the mating, and thus she becomes defiled. Then Yisrael below offer the scapegoat. On the first day of the lunar month, the serpent is drawn to it, for his entire craving is for the illumination of the left. Through the scapegoat, Yisrael draws the sweetening of Malchut in Bina and the illumination of the left from below upward. Then the moon is purified and becomes fit to receive the abundance from her husband, Zir Anpin. She then climbs up and clings above to Zir Anpin in order to be blessed. While before, when she was below and had not yet mated with Zir Anpin, she was dark. Now her face lights up. So now we have explained the issue of the scapegoat on the first day of the lunar month, whose purpose is to purify the female principle. It draws the mercy of Bina and the illumination of the left to the female principle, returning her to pure state. Although the serpent can still arouse the judgment after she has been revealed to him, he does not do so, because his whole desire is for the left column, whose illumination he does not want to spoil. Now, in effect, the prosecutor becomes the counsel for the defense. The same is true of Yom Kippur, another day on which the evil serpent is kept busy with the scapegoat, which is the illumination of the left. Just as on the first day of the lunar month, when the serpent is busy with the scapegoat, the moon is freed from him and may busy herself in protecting Yisrael as a mother protects her children. Then the Holy One, blessed be He, blesses Yisrael from above and forgives the people for their sins. Later in the year, when Yisrael reach Sukkot, the right column of above is aroused, as alluded to in the verse, and his right arm embraces me. This allows the moon, who is the female principle, to attach herself to him, namely to the right, and then her face is fittingly illuminated. Then she shares her blessings with all the ministers below, namely the 70 ministers of the nations. By keeping them occupied with their blessings, they are distracted from approaching and sucking from Yisrael's portion. As is described with the serpent and the female principle, his occupation with the scapegoat deflects his prosecution of the female principle. The same applies below in this world. When all the other nations are blessed, they all become occupied with themselves and do not meddle with Yisrael or covet its portion. Just as we described previously, the serpent with the female principle and the 70 supernal ministers with Yisrael, so is the case with the 70 nations and Yisrael below. This is why during Sukkot, when they offer the 70 bulls as a sacrifice, Yisrael draw blessings down to all the supernal ministers of the 70 nations, so they will be occupied with their blessings and not meddle with Yisrael. When the moon is full of blessings from above, the children of Yisrael come and draw sustenance from her for themselves alone. That is why it is written, "On the 8th day there shall be a solemn assembly for you." What is this assembly? It indicates the assembling of the blessings from above, from which only Yisrael may draw sustenance. And that is why it is written, "There shall be a solemn assembly for you," referring specifically to you and not to the other nations, to you and not to the other supernal ministers. This is the reason why Yisrael appeases the Holy One, blessed be He, with water libations upon the altar. This gives the supernal ministers of the nations part of the blessing, so that they are occupied with it and do not meddle with Yisrael when they come to draw the blessings from above later during their festivity. And of this day it is written, "My beloved is mine and I am his," meaning that there is no stranger among us. This day is like the day on which a king invites a close friend to a special feast, prepared on a special day, so that his friend will know his deep love. The king thinks to himself, "Now I wish to feast and be merry with my beloved alone, But I fear that during my feast all the other ministers will come and join us at our table to be together and take part in the festive meal that I have prepared for my beloved and myself. So what does the king do? He first regales his governors and ministers with dishes of vegetables and beef. Only after they are satisfied can he sit in peace with his friend and enjoy the supernal banquet with the world's finest delicacies spread before them. And while alone with the king, his friend puts before him all his petitions and requests, which the king grants. So just as the king enjoys the company of his beloved alone, with no stranger disturbing them, the Holy One, blessed be he, enjoys Yisrael. Hence it is written, "On the 8th day there shall be a solemn assembly for you." Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Chia said, "The Holy One, blessed be he, established the right way for us. Happy are those who delve into the Torah." They approached the Jew and kissed him. Rabbi Yossi applied to him the verse, "And all your children shall be taught of Hashem, and great shall be the peace of your children." When they reached a field, they all sat down. That man asked what changed when the verse says, "And Hashem reigned upon Stam and upon Amorah," and did not use the term Elohim? And what changed during the Great Flood, when the term Elohim comes into frequent usage, while the term Hashem is mentioned in the overthrowing of the cities of Stam and Amorah, is not used at all? We have learned that everywhere the term and Hashem is mentioned, it indicates him and his court of judgment, namely Zir Anpin, which is mercy, as well as his female principle, which is judgment. But when the term Elohim is mentioned alone, this indicates only the court of judgment, namely the female principle without Zir Anpin. In the case of Stam, judgment was passed not to destroy the world, and thus Zir Anpin was involved in carrying out judgment. That is why Hashem is written Yudheivavhei, indicating the attribute of mercy. And he worked with his court of justice, which is his female principle, for the letter Vav, which carries the meaning of the English word and is joined with Yudheivavhei, indicating the female principle. But in the case of the Great Flood, the whole world and all of its inhabitants were destroyed. That is why the event is described with the term Elohim, indicating the attribute of judgment alone, untempered by mercy. And although you may say that Noach and all who were with him were saved and not all were destroyed, it is only because they were hidden from sight and unseen by the angel of destruction. Thus, it is considered that everything, namely, everything that was seen by the eyes of the angel of destruction, that existed in the world was destroyed. That is why the term in Hashem indicates that he does not destroy all that is revealed to the eye, as in the case of the destruction of Sdom. However, the term Elohim indicates that all should be carefully concealed, because he destroys everything, namely all that is revealed to the eye. That is why the term Elohim refers to the female principle alone, distinct from Zir Anpin, who is mercy. And this is the secret of the verse, Hashem sat at the flood. So he asked, "What is the meaning of the term sat?" And he answered that if it had not been written in the scriptures, we could not have said it, because the term sat indicates that he sat alone, by himself, and was distinct from the judgment that was passed at the Great Flood. This is based on the analogy that here it is written, Hashem sat, while in another place it is written, he shall sit alone outside the camp. The meaning, in both cases, is that he was alone, by himself. All this leads to the fact that at the sentence of the flood, Yudheivavhei sat alone, he did not join in that judgment. And that is why the sentence was imposed as judgment without mercy. Now because Noach was out of sight after the sentence was passed, the world was destroyed, and his temper was quiet, it is written, And Elohim remembered Noach. For until now, when he was destroying the world, Noach was not remembered, because he was out of sight. I have learned a secret that the Holy One, blessed be He, is revealed and concealed. He is revealed when presiding over the lower court of judgment, which is the female principal called Rachel, who stands from the chest of Zeir Anpin downward. And he is concealed when he is at the place from where comes all the blessings, which is the state in which Zeir Anpin mates with Leah. Leah stands from the chest of Zeir Anpin upward, and from this mating all blessings come forth. This is why all the words of man that are hidden from sight are blessed from above, while all those exposed to view are under the influence of the court of judgment, namely the female principal who is from the chest of Zeir Anpin downward, because this is the place that is revealed, namely the revealed world. In other words, the light of Hasadim is revealed in her illumination by Chachma. The one who is called the evil eye rules over her, meaning that all judgment and klippot cling to the place where the illumination of Chachma is revealed. Thus, all is according to the supernal secrets of above. Rabbi Yossi wept and said, "Happy is the generation who has Rabbi Shimon among it. His merit has brought us to these mountains, so that we could hear such supreme discoveries." He continued, "This man has come for the sole purpose of revealing these discoveries to us. The Holy One, blessed be He, sent him to us. And when they came to Rabbi Shimon and repeated all that they heard, he said, 'Definitely all that he said is true.'" 15. The secrets of the sacrifices. Here the Zohar discusses the mysteries that surround the ritual of sacrifice. We connect to the light through the sacrifices that were made during the time of the Holy Temple. The secret of this ritual concerns the sacrifice that must occur within the self. We must become the sacrifice, spiritually speaking, by giving up our own ego and evil inclination. This section gives us the strength of character to approach the people in our lives with honesty, and to sacrifice our own egos by admitting any jealousies and insecurities in our relationships with them. Rabbi Elazar was sitting one day before his father, Rabbi Shimon, and he asked him if the end of all flesh, which is the other side, enjoys himself with those sacrifices that Yisrael offered upon the altar. He answered that all derived their nourishment and were pleased, both above and below. Come and behold. The priests, the Levites, and the children of Yisrael are the secret of the three columns. Right, left, and central land are called Adam, through the union of the holy desires that rise from them, Eas Ma'in Nakvin. Desire rises from the priests by their work, from the Levites by their singing, and from Yisrael by their attendance at the time of the offerings of the sacrifice. And when a sheep or a deer or any other animal is brought to be sacrificed, all sins and evil desires and intentions must be confessed over them. Then the sacrifice is called a beast, as it is now burdened with all the sins and evil intentions that were confessed over it. This is similar to the sacrifice of the scapegoat, of which it is written, "And he shall confess over him all the iniquities of the children of Yisrael." So here as well, over every sacrifice, there should be a confession of the sins. Because when the sacrifice is raised upon the altar and is not sent to the desert, it bears a twofold burden, each of which is raised to its own place. The first is in the secret of Adam, which is also the secret of the three columns. The latter is in the secret of the beast, which is the secret of the illumination of the left column only, as it is written, "Man and beast you do save, Hashem." Fried meal offerings and all other meal offerings arouse the Holy Spirit, namely the aspect of man, through the desire of the priests, the singing of the Levites and the prayer of Yisrael, who collectively are the secret of the three columns. And from the smoke that the oil and the flour raises upon the altar, all the prosecutors replenish themselves and are appeased. Once appeased, they become powerless to pursue the indictment that has been delivered into their hands, and they are considered to be the aspect of the beast. So the meal offerings pertain to man and beast alike, and both are drawn at the same time. In other words, both man and beast are drawn at the time of the sacrificial offering. Come and behold. Everything is arranged in accordance with the secret of faith. Both sides are replenished and sent above endlessly. 16. Raising the hands during prayer. The essence of this passage from the Zohar concerns the hands and their inherent nature of constantly attracting negative forces. Since the hands are the tools by which we carry out most of our actions in life, the forces of darkness latch onto them in order to influence our deeds. We can infuse our hands with the positive energy that dwells in the upper worlds so that they bring blessing and good fortune to all endeavors. Rabbi Shimon said, "I raise my hands on high to pray." As he began to reveal the order of the emanations of the upper three spirit of Erech Anpin, which are called Keter, the mind of air, and the concealed mind. He began, too, to reveal how to rise up to the unrevealed head, which is the secret of the endless world. Blessed be he. Because this issue is an exalted and very secret matter, he prayed so that the revelation of these secrets would be accepted before Hashem. Blessed be he. When the supernal desire at the highest point above, which is the secret of Keter of Erech Anpin, is established upon the forever unknown and ungraspable desire, which is the secret of the head of Attic called the unknown head, the Keter of Erech Anpin becomes the most concealed head above. And that head emanates all that he emanates and all that is unknown, which is the mind of air of Erech Anpin. And he illuminates all that he illuminates in a concealed manner, which is the concealed mind of Erech Anpin. As shall be further explained. The desire of the supernal thought, which is the Keter of Erech Anpin, is called the supernal will. After it has been established as the head, it is called the supernal thought. But as the supernal thought runs after the light of the unknown head, a veil spreads between the unknown head and the Keter, allowing it to reach and to not reach the light. The veil hinders it from reaching there. The light shines upward toward the veil, but not from there downward. Therefore the supernal thought shines with unrevealed illumination to the concealed mind, and with light unknown to the mind of air. And the thought itself, which is Keter, is considered unknown. Then, the illumination of the unknown thought hits upon the illumination of the veil that stands and shines upon the three lesser degrees mentioned above. These consist of what is unknown by the mind of air, what is not known by Keter, and what is unrevealed in the concealed mind. Thus, the illumination of the thought that is not known, which is the unknown head, hits upon the veil's illumination, and they shine together. And from them 9 chambers are made in the unknown head. These chambers are not lights. As are the 9 lights of Erech Anpin in their original location. And they are neither Rushit nor Neshamat, and nobody can understand what they are. Because the light of the Ein Sof, blessed be he, shines upon the unknown head. The 9 palaces therein are as the Ein Sof, which no mind can grasp, as shall be explained. The desire of all 9 lights of the 3 heads of Erech Anpin are standing in the thought, namely in their location in Erech Anpin, which is called the thought and is also considered one of them. The thought of Erech Anpin is counted as one of these 9 lights, and although the lights are located in the unknown head is not of their aspect at all. The desire of all is to pursue the 9 chambers in which they are located within the unknown head, while the 9 lights are located in the thought, which is Erech Anpin. Nevertheless, the chambers are not attained and not known to the 9 lights because they are not established as either an aspect of desire or as an aspect of supernal thought, which is Erich Anpin. They grasp and do not grasp that all the secrets of faith are based upon these 9 chambers. And all of these lights come from the secret of the supernal thought, which is Erich Anpin, and all of the 9 chambers originate from it and all are called the Ein Sof. Because the lights reach and do not reach, there is no desire nor thought at this point. When unknown thought shines from its source, namely from the mind of air, it is enclosed and covered by Bina. It shines upon whom she shines, and they enter each other until they are as one. Returning to the secret of the sacrifice. When it is raised on the altar, unifications, such as those of the 3 heads of Erich Anpin in the unknown head and Bina in the head of Erich Anpin, are done as has been previously explained. All are enmeshed within one another and shine one upon the other. Now all the stages are in the secret of the ascending and, when it ascends to the unknown head, thought, which is Erich Anpin, is crowned by the Ein Sof. That is, the light of Ein Sof shines upon the illumination of the 9 chambers of the unknown head. As it is said, the illumination of the supernal thought, which is Erich Anpin, shines from the 9 chambers and is called Ein Sof, and from Ein Sof comes Erich Anpin. It is established and shines upon whom it shines. All is based upon this, on the drawing of the light of Ein Sof by Erich Anpin to the worlds. As has been explained. Happy are the righteous who raise up the female waters and unify the aforementioned exalted combinations in this world and the world to come, as they inherit both worlds. Come and behold. This end of all flesh means that the attachment takes place in joy above Ayin Bina and in Erich Anpin. The same applies below to Zir Anpin, the female principle, and the lower worlds. And the attachment of every lower stage to every upper one occurs in happiness and in a desire to share fulfillment with all above and below, even to the end of all flesh and Ima, which is the Shechina, dwells properly upon Yisrael. Come and behold. Every first day of the month, when the moon renews herself, or, in other words, the female principle renews herself by mating with Zir Anpin, then, the end of all flesh is given an extra portion, which is the scapegoat of the new moon, which is added to the regular sacrifices. Thus, he is occupied by it and uses his portion. So, the new moon's scapegoat renews the illumination of the left side, from which the end of all flesh is replenished. Hence, the right side of Yisrael remains for them alone so that it can unify with its king. This is why they offer the scapegoat, also called hairy, because it belongs to the part of Esav, who is described as being hairy, as it is written. Esav my brother is a hairy man. Thus, the end of all flesh replenishes from his part of Esav, which is the left side, while Yisrael replenishes from its side, which is the right. Thus it is written, For Yah has chosen Yochai to himself, and Yisrael for his treasure. Come and behold. The sole desire of this end of all flesh is flesh alone. All that is done with the flesh in any instance is only for his sake. That is why he is called the end of all flesh. And when he rules over the body, which is the flesh, but not over the soul. The soul returns to its place, while the body, namely the flesh, is given over to this place, namely the end of all flesh. It is the same with the offering, as the desire goes to one place and the flesh to another. A person who is righteous is himself a sacrifice given for atonement, because he sacrifices his own desire, overcoming his will. But a person who is not righteous is not accepted as a sacrifice because he is blemished. As it is written, They shall not be accepted for you. So the righteous alone atone for the world and are accepted as sacrifices in this world. Come and behold. And Hashem said to Noach, the end of all flesh is come before me, namely the other side. And it came to receive permission to darken the faces of humankind. So that is why I will destroy them with the earth. Come and behold. It is written. And Noach was 600 years old. And he asked, why does the verse count the years of Noach? And he answered, if Noach was not 600 years old, he would not have entered the ark and become united with it. Because he became completed in 600 years, he became united with the ark. From the day that the sins of the people were completed, from the time they were deserving of receiving their punishment, the Holy One, blessed be He, still waited for them. He waited until Noach completed his 600 years and perfected himself as a righteous man. Only then did Noach enter the ark. And everything below is as above. In other words, everything was done by divine inspiration from the upper Yesod and Malchut. That is why it is written, and Noach was 600 years old, and not approximately 600. For, as we have said, he had to be exactly 600 years old to complete the Sphira of Yesod. 17. And I do bring the flood of waters. No matter how far one may fall spiritually, the light of the Creator is always present the moment we decide to rise above our negativity. This awareness, together with the positive influences radiating from the text, is the way we can begin our ascent. And he continued, quoting the verse, and I shall myself bring the flood of waters. He asked, why does the verse say myself after already saying and I? And he answered, the words I and myself are the same, but come and behold. Wherever it is written I, a body has been made for the soul. This means that I is the female principle, which is the aspect of the body for Zir Anpin. Conversely, Zir Anpin is considered to be her soul, and it certainly does receive from above from Zir Anpin. That is why the word I is hinted with the sign of the covenant with the letter Vav, which is Yesod of Zir Anpin. As it is written, my covenant is with you, for the female principle receives from the covenant of Zir Anpin. I means that it is ready to be revealed and is achievable. I means that it is a throne of what is above. I means that I am the one who shall seek revenge for generations upon generations. But the words and I, appearing in this passage, include the letter Vav and refer to the union of the male and female. The Vav of Va and I refers to the male, who is Zir Anpin. Then, the female principle is mentioned alone, without Zir Anpin, at the time when she is ready to pass judgment, as it is written, myself shall bring the flood of waters upon the land. He asked if it has been already stated, shall bring the flood. Do we not understand that he refers to water? If so, why is it then necessary to mention flood of waters? And he answered, flood implies the presence of the angel of death, even though it was only water. The angel of destruction went in the world to destroy it with this water. He continued by saying, we have learned that the words, I am Hashem shows that I am faithful to the recompense of the righteous and the punishment of the wicked. So here in this verse I means to promise to reward and repay the righteous well in the world to come. Likewise, it describes the threat to the wicked, who will be punished in the world to come with the term I. As we previously explained, the words to destroy all flesh refer to the angel of destruction. This is why it is also written, and he will not allow the angel of destruction to come into your house to smite you. This means that he does not give him permission to destroy all flesh. That alludes to the angel of destruction. As is hinted in the verse, The end of all flesh is come before me, meaning that it came before him to ask permission to destroy. The time the Holy One, blessed be he, had waited for them to repent had passed. That is, Noach had reached 600 years of age, and it was possible to reward him, as the verse promises, to reward the righteous. The time had also arrived for the punishment of the wicked. That is why Hashem gave permission to the angel of destruction to destroy all flesh. He said, "This is what we learned in the name of Rabbi Yitzhak, who told us all this." 18. I said, I shall not see Yah. Many dark forces attempt to sway us from our spiritual path, tempting our eyes with the illusions of physical reality. But we can draw the light to assist us in seeing through these illusions. In this way, we can follow the path that leads to the light of the Creator, rather than the path that leads to punishment. He began by saying, I had said, I shall not see Yah. Yah is in the land of the living. I shall behold man no more with the inhabitants of cessation. How obtuse, he said, are the people who do not know or pay heed to the words of the Torah, but look only upon worldly matters. The spirit of wisdom is forgotten from them. When a person departs this world, that person gives an account to his master of all his worldly actions. He does this while his body and soul are still joined together, and he can see all that he sees until he reaches the world of truth, where he meets Adam, the first man, sitting at the gate of the Garden of Eden, waiting to see and rejoice with all who have observed the commandments of their master. And many are the righteous around Adam, who instead of walking along the path that leads to Gehinnom, followed the path to the Garden of Eden. These are the ones who are called residents of the world, and he asked, why is it not written, inhabitants of the world? He answered, because they are not like the mole, a creature who endures life blindly, laboriously storing and hiding provisions, knowing not for whom. They are the residents of cessation, as in cease from man whose breath is in his nostrils. Because the Hebrew word chattel means to avoid, they are called the residents of cessation. They avoided walking the path of Gehinnom and disciplined themselves to walk along the path leading to the Garden of Eden. Another explanation is that residents of cessation refers to all those who repented and ceased performing the sins of the wicked. Because Adam repented before his master, he sits among others who also repented, ceased sinning, and are called residents of cessation. As it is written, I will know how frail I am. And therefore Adam sits at the gate of the Garden of Eden, and he is happy with the righteous who walk along the path and arrive at the Garden of Eden. Come and behold. It is written, I said I shall not see Yah. So he asked, who can ever see Yah now? And he replied, that the end of the verse reveals the intention of the words, as it is written, Yah in the land of life. Come and behold. When the souls ascend and reach the place of the bundle of life, they enjoy the illumination of the radiant mirror, which shines and brings forth light from the most elevated place of all. A soul not enclothed in this radiance could neither approach nor get close enough to see that light. And the secret of the matter is that as the soul is given garments to don so it can exist in this world, which is the body, so it is also given garments of supernal radiance. These allow it to exist in the world, to come and to see into the radiant mirror, which is Zir Anpin, from that land of life, the female principle of Zir Anpin. Thus the problem that arose in the verse, I said, I shall not see Yah, is solved. The intention is that by these two amendments, by the garment of the supernal radiance and by the female principle of Zir Anpin, called the land of life, the righteous people deserve to see into the radiant mirror, which is the secret of Yah in the land of life. Come and behold. Moshe would not have been able to approach what he was looking at had he not been dressed in another covering. As it is written, And Moshe entered into the midst of the cloud, and went up the mountain. And he covered himself with the cloud as a person wears a garment. And then it is written, Moshe came to the cloud where Elohim was, and Moshe was on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights and was able to see what he saw. In the same way, the souls of the righteous in the world of truth dress themselves in garments and act in accordance with that world. So dressed, they are prepared to gaze into the light that shines in the land of life, meaning that they cover themselves with the light of the female principle, from which they are able to gaze into the light of the radiant mirror. When Chizkiyahu called Yah in the land of life, he was afraid that he might no longer be worthy of gazing on that light and meriting that vision. The stream that flows from Gan Eden blocked his vision, and he did not beget any children. And whoever does not indulge in the act of procreation blemishes the river that flows from Gan Eden, which is Yesod of Zair Anpin. This is indicated in the verse, I shall behold Adam no more. This refers to the first man, as has already been explained. Adam sits within the gates of Gan Eden and receives the souls of the righteous who arrive there. Chizkiyahu feared that he was not worthy of seeing Adam at those gates. And what was the reason for all this? Namely, why did Chizkiyahu fear this? Because the prophet had told him, For you shall die in this world and not live in the world of truth. For, upon death, he who has not begotten any children in this world is expelled from all that is mentioned above and cannot stay to gaze upon that shining light. If this was the case with Chizkiyahu, who was a pure, righteous man, so much more for those who do not have ancestral merit to support them and have even sinned before their master. This garment, previously mentioned, has already been discussed by our friends. There is a robe of the sages that they wear in the world of truth. Happy are the righteous with their inheritance, as the Holy One, blessed be He, has put aside many blessings and delights for them in the world of truth. It has been written of them, I has not seen besides you, Elohim, what you shall do for him that waits for you. 19. And I a flood of waters. The spiritual insight conveyed here by the Zohar concerns an individual who commits a terrible deed, but still retains a spark of shame, a degree of embarrassment, or a slight awareness of the wrongfulness of his actions. There is still hope for this person and the path of repentance remains open to him. But those who commit wanton acts of evil, without any remorse for their actions, are considered to be past the point of no return. This section helps us maintain awareness of what constitutes positive and negative spiritual actions. And I, myself shall bring a flood of waters upon the earth. Rabbi Yehuda opened the discussion with the verse, These are the waters of strife, wherein the children of Yisrael strove with Hashem, and he was sanctified in them. And he asked, This is not the only place where the children of Yisrael strove with Hashem. Why does the text say waters of strife here, but not at any other place? And he replied, These waters in particular are the waters of strife, for they gave strength and bravery to the prosecutor. There are sweet and bitter waters, which are the secrets of holiness and its opposite of the right column. And there are pure and mucky waters, which are the secrets of holiness and its opposite of the left column. And there are waters of peace and of strife, which are the secrets of the holiness and its opposite of the central column. That is why it is written, These are the waters of strife, wherein the children of Yisrael strove with Hashem. This shows that the waters refers to the opposite side of the central column. As they drew upon themselves that which they should not have drawn, namely the opposite side, called the waters of strife, and they were defiled by them. And this is why it is written, And he was sanctified in them. Rabbi Chizkiyahu asked, If it is so, then why is it written, And he was sanctified? It should have been written, And they were sanctified in the plural, referring to the children of Yisrael. And he replied that there is a hidden meaning to the words he was sanctified. They indicate that something that should not be damaged is damaged. It is as if the moon, which is the female principle, has been damaged. So the word sanctified is not mentioned here for praise, which accounts for the discretion expressed in the scriptures. And Rabbi Yehuda concluded that, and I, myself, shall bring a flood of waters means that he shall send the angel of destruction upon them, just as they defiled themselves with him, as we have stated previously. Rabbi Yossi said, "Woe to the wicked who do not want to repent of their sins before the Holy One, blessed be he, while they are still in this world, because when a person repents and feels sorry for his sins, then the Holy One, blessed be he, forgives him. But those who cling to their sins and refuse to repent will eventually fall into Gehinnom and never be brought up again. Come and behold, because the generation of Noach was stubborn and bold enough to sin openly. The Holy One, blessed be he, brought judgment upon them." Rabbi Yitzhak said that if a person sins, and he does so secretly, then the Holy One, blessed be he, is merciful. If he repents, he is pardoned and forgiven. But if he does not repent his sins, he reveals them for all to see. How do we know this? We learn this from the way in which the faithless wife who sins secretly is treated, and from how the Holy One, blessed be he, reveals her sin out in the open with the cursing waters. In the same manner, the wicked, namely the generation of the deluge, were openly destroyed and wiped from the face of the earth. And how were they wiped out? The scalding waters spurted up from the abyss, skinning them alive. As skin was torn from flesh, they were left only with their bones, and then the bones came asunder. As it is written, "And they were wiped from the face of the earth." Rabbi Yitzhak said, "And they were wiped out." What is meant by the expression wiped out? It is similar to, "Let them be blotted out from the book of living." We learn from this that they shall not participate in the resurrection and will not rise in the day of judgment. 20. And I will establish my covenant. The vital importance of the covenant between man and God can remain in our consciousness through the spiritual forces released by the letters of this section. This covenant is founded primarily upon the greatest power that humanity was given for revealing spiritual light into this world and into our own lives, that is, sexual relations between husband and wife. The Kabbalists teach us that because this action has the most potential and influence for revealing light, it is given the most attention by the evil inclination and the negative forces that dwell in our midst. But with you will I establish my covenant. Rabbi Elazar said that from this we learn that the establishment of the covenant above is equivalent to the establishment of that below. This is concluded from the term, with you. Rabbi Elazar continued to say that from this we learn that when there are righteous in the worlds above and below are firmly established. Rabbi Shimon said that this is a hidden matter, because the arousal of the male to the female happens when he feels jealousy toward her. Come and behold, when there is a righteous person in the world, the Shekhinah immediately attaches herself to him and never leaves him, and she therefore desires him. The upper desire is then aroused toward her with love that is similar to the desire of the male for the female when he feels jealousy toward her. That is why it is written, "But with you will I establish my covenant." This means that my desire is aroused because of you. The verse, "My covenant will I establish with Yitzhak," has a similar meaning, that it is because of Yitzhak as by Noach. "But with you will I establish my covenant," means that you shall be my covenant in the world. And after that, "And you shall come into the ark." Because had he not been righteous, he would not have entered the ark, as only a righteous man may be connected with the ark. That is why it is written, "You shall come into the ark." after it has been stated that, "But with you will I establish my covenant." Rabbi Elazar said that as long as the people hold on to the covenant, no nation nor tongue in the world can harm them. And because Noach kept and protected the covenant, the Holy One, blessed be He, protected him. But the rest of his generation did not observe the covenant. So the Holy One, blessed be He, removed them from the world. And it has been said that in the same way that they sinned, they were also erased from the world. 21. And He repaired the altar of Hashem that was ruined. The covenant between mankind and God connects to the Sphira of Yesod, which correlates to the reproductive organs of man. There is also a vital spiritual link to the circumcision of a newborn male child. The underlying lesson of this section is the Kabbalistic doctrine that all war, natural disasters, famine, slaughter, and massacre can be traced to destructive spiritual forces arising from humanity's negative sexual acts. Negative sexual acts are defined as those that are not for the purpose of procreation or for the bringing of light to the world. Sexual relations between man and wife mirror the metaphysical forces at work in the upper worlds. The male corresponds to the realm of Yesod, and the woman to the world of Malchut. Whenever any kind of positive light and fulfillment reaches our lives, it is a direct result of the enjoining of Yesod and Malchut. Sexual relations accomplish this mating of the two upper worlds. However, negative forces constantly try to sever this connection. These negative forces are so cunning and clever, they have deceived us into believing they do not even exist. Through our own meditation and desire to share, the power of these words of the Zohar can awaken a genuine understanding of the role sexual relations play in the revelation of light into the world. Rabbi Yehuda was sitting before Rabbi Shimon, and both were studying the text in which it is written, "And he repaired the altar of Hashem that was broken down." What is the meaning of the term repaired in this verse? Come and behold. In the days of Eliyahu, all Yisrael left the Holy One, blessed be He, and in so doing left their holy covenant. And when Eliyahu came and saw that the sons of Yisrael had left the holy covenant and therefore it had been taken away from them, he amended it and brought it back to its place. That is, he amended Yesod, making it worthy of mating with Malchut. And this is considered to be the repair of the altar, which is Malchut, as shall be further explained, because he brought it back to its place, namely because he repaired Yesod and brought it back to Malchut. All was healed. This is why it is written, "And he repaired the altar of Hashem that was broken," a reference to the covenant that had been forsaken. It is therefore written, "And Eliyahu took 12 stones, according to the number of the tribes of the sons of Yochai," which alludes to the repair of the altar of Hashem, the amendment of the damage and the healing of the altar. To which the word of Hashem came and said, "Yisrael shall be your name." He asked, "What is the reason for mentioning the name Yisrael upon the altar?" And he answered, "Assuredly, Yisrael shall be your name," signifies the amendment to raise her up, namely to raise Malchut to the supernal Aba and Ima, and to return the holy covenant to its place. It signifies that Yesod of Zir Anpin could unite again with Malchut, for there can be no union between Zir Anpin and Malchut unless they return to their places between Aba and Ima. That is why it is written, "For the children of Yisrael have forsaken your covenant and have therefore ruined your altars," which is Malchut. "And by the secret of the amendment of the covenant, she shall be rebuilt again." Come and behold. As long as Yisrael respects the holy covenant, the worlds above and below are permitted to exist. But when they disregard the covenant, the worlds above and below cannot exist. As it is written, "If my covenant be not day and night, it were as if I had not appointed the ordinances of heaven and earth." This is why it is written, "And he repaired the altar of Hashem that was broken down." He asked if this is considered to be healing, and he answered, "Yes, most certainly, because he maintains the place upon which faith is dependent." In other words, he observes the covenant, which is Yesod, and maintains the place on which Malchut that is called faith depends. Come and behold. The same applies to Pinchas, who was zealous because of what Zimri had done. By his action, he reinstated the covenant and returned it to its proper place. That is why it is written, "Behold, I give to him my covenant of peace." Can one really accept the idea that Pinchas was the reason for the peace? And upon what is this controversy between Pinchas and the covenant based? That here, in the word peace, everything was connected to its right place, meaning, behold, I give to him my covenant of peace. But what is it that is given? What is the covenant? Peace, which means supernal mating, is given, so that the covenant can be connected to its proper place, which is Malchut. That is why it is written, I give to him my covenant of peace. And what is peace? It is the place with which to connect. It is the mating with Malchut referred to by the term peace. Malchut that was disconnected from him from Yesod, as a result of the sins of Yisrael, was attached to it by Pinchas. He was the person who returned the covenant to its place for all time. And he shall have it, and the covenant of an everlasting priesthood shall belong to his seed after him, because he was zealous for his Elohim. Rabbi Shimon said that there is nothing in the world which so provokes the zealousness of the Holy One, blessed be he, as the sin of disregarding the covenant. As it is written, a sword that shall execute the vengeance of the covenant. Come and behold. The sin of the generation of the flood was not completed until they sinned by corrupting their ways on earth. And even though they were violent with each other, as it is written, and the earth was filled with violence, and for the earth is filled with violence through them, I shall destroy them, was because of the sin of letting semen spill in vain. That is, their sentence was not completed until the covenant was blemished. The earth was also corrupt before the Elohim, and I shall destroy them was measure for measure. And there are those who say that their measure of guilt was not completed when they sinned with violence and were cruel with each other. For by this they were wicked toward heaven and to other people. Come and behold. There are many ministers above, who are appointed to the voices of those who declare the sentences of their friends to the heavens for what has been done to them. And for this sin it is written, the earth is filled with violence through them. This means that each and every one passed judgment on his friend before the heavens. That is why it is said, I will destroy them with the earth. 22. Come you and all your house. The home is a magnet for both positive and negative spiritual forces. Negative people who visit our homes can instill harmful energy, and this section gives us the protection against any such forces. And Hashem said to Noach, Come you and all your house. Rabbi Shimon asked, Why does the term Elohim appear in all the verses of the text, while here the name Hashem, Yudheivavhei, is mentioned? What is different here that Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, which is the supernal name of mercy, was mentioned? This hints at the secret we have already learned, that it is not proper for a woman to invite a guest into her house without the permission of her husband. It was the same when Noach was asked to enter the ark, which is Malchut, and to unite with her. It was not yet proper for him to enter until the husband of the ark gave him permission to do so, as it is written, Come you and all your house into the ark. And this is why the name Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, who is the husband of the ark, is mentioned there, for Yudheivavheis Zir Anpin, and the ark is Malchut. Only after the husband gave permission did Noach enter and unite with the ark. Thus, we have learned that a guest does not have permission to enter a house without the consent of the husband, the owner of the house. This is why after the mention of Yud-He-Vav-He, it is written, "And Noach went in. Come and behold. What is written? For you I have seen righteous before me in this generation." From this we learn that a person should never accept a guest into his house if he suspects that he might be wicked. And he should accept him only if he considers him to be righteous and is not at all suspicious of him. That is why it is written, "Come you and all your house into the ark." Why? Because you I have seen righteous before me in this generation. And we have also learned that if the husband gives permission to the guest alone, but not to his companions, the guest should not bring them into the house. In the verse, "Come you and all your house into the ark," permission was given to all of Noach's companions to enter the ark. And from this passage we learn a secret concerning proper manners and ways of conduct. 23. The earth and the fullness thereof is Hashem's. Sexual relations that are not founded upon spiritual principles cause a drying up of the connection between Malchut and Yesod, like a river whose waters have ceased to flow. This withdrawal of light manifests as all forms of natural and man-made turmoil. Rabbi Yehuda quoted, for David, a psalm, "The earth and the fullness thereof is Hashem's, the world, and they that dwell in it." We have learned that wherever it is written, for David a psalm, it means that he chanted a song and afterward the Holy Spirit rested upon him. But where it is written, a psalm of David, it means that the Holy Spirit rested upon him and then he chanted the song. The earth is Hashem's. This verse refers to the land of Yisrael, which is the Holy Land, while the fullness thereof refers to the Shekinah. As it is written, for the glory of Hashem was full in his house of Hashem, and the glory of Hashem filled up the tabernacle. So the words filled up and its fullness refer to the Shekinah. But why is it written full and not filled? Because assuredly she is full of goodness, meaning that she is filled by the sun. The moon, which is the Shekinah, is filled and completed by the righteous. She is filled with all the goodness from above, like a treasure box filled with the riches of the world. That is to what the verse, "The earth and the fullness thereof is Hashem's," refers. But the words, "the world and they that dwell in it," were said in reference to countries other than the land of Yisrael. Another explanation of the verse, "The earth and the fullness thereof is Hashem's," is that these words refer to the upper Holy Land, namely the female principle, that the Holy One, blessed be He, desires. And the term fullness refers to the souls of the righteous, which fill the female principle with the power of the pillar that is Yesod of Zir Anpin, upon which the whole world stands. In other words, all that exists in the world, which is the female principle, is received from Yesod of Zir Anpin. And this is why the world is considered to stand upon it. If you wonder, does the world stand upon one pillar? Come and behold. In the verse, for he has founded it upon the seas, the words "for he" refer to the Holy One, blessed be He. The meaning of this is similar to that of the words, it is He who made us, and that of, for he looks to the end of the earth. The words, for he has founded it upon the seas and established it upon the floods, refer to the 7 pillars upon which the female principle is founded and by which she is filled. These are the 7 Sfirit, Chesed, Gvura, Tiferet, Netzach, Had, Yesod, and Malchut of Zir Anpin. So Rabbi Yehuda asked, how is she filled by them? And he answered, when the righteous multiply in the world, the land, which is the female principle, produces fruit and is filled with all. But the verse says that when the wicked multiply in the world, the waters cease from the sea, and the river is drained dry. The place where the waters cease from the sea is the Holy Land, as previously mentioned. And the female principle is watered by the supernal stream. The waters cease, while the river is drained dry refers to the pillar upon which she is founded, namely Yesod, which is now arid drained dry. The river is drained dry as the equivalent of the righteous perish, the righteous being Yesod, which is called righteous. 24. The sinners are destroyed from the world. When negative forces are abundant as a result of the collective sins of mankind, they have the power to harm even innocent people who unwittingly cross their paths. The Zohar provides us with protection as we meditate upon its words. Our intent to share this protection with others brightens the light for entire world. Rabbi Yehuda continued, "At the time that the wicked are destroyed from the world, the Holy One, blessed be He, watches the world but cannot find anyone to protect them." And you might ask, if Noach was there to protect his generation during the Great Flood and was able to bring forth offspring, why did he not protect his generation? The verse reads, "For you have I seen righteous before me in this generation." In this generation is a precise term, from which we may learn that in another generation he would not have been considered righteous. And for this reason, his merit was not enough to protect the generation of the flood. Rabbi Yossi said that the words in this generation are a tribute to Noach, who lived in such a wicked generation and nevertheless remained a righteous and just man. Not only in his generation is he considered righteous, but even in the generation of Moshe would he have been so considered. But he was not able to protect the world, because there were not even 10 righteous people in it. This was the case as described in the destruction of Sodom. Perhaps 10 shall be found there. As not even 10 were found, Sodom was destroyed. The same happened here. 10 righteous people were not to be found, only Noach, his 3 sons and their wives. Because they did not add up to 10, they could not protect their generation. Rabbi Elazar asked his father, Rabbi Shimon, "We have learned that when the world is full of the sins of mankind and judgment is pronounced, woe to the righteous one who is found in the world. For he is the first to be punished for the sins of the wicked. How did Noach escape the flood without being punished for the sins of his generation?" And Rabbi Shimon answered, "It is said that because the Holy One, blessed be He, wanted to bring from Noach offspring into the world, He spared him. Not only that, but judgment could not be applied to him, because he was covered in the ark and hidden from view. Come and behold. It is written, seek righteousness, seek humility. Maybe you shall be hidden on the day of Hashem's anger." Noach did seek righteousness. He entered the ark and was hidden there on the day of Hashem's anger. And that is why judgment could neither be applied to nor hurt him. Here we find a hint of the secret of the holy supernal letters, reserved for the holy supernal men to learn and know. The reverse order of the 22 Hebrew letters can bring the destruction of the wicked, and this is why it is written, "They were erased from the earth, and come you and all your house into the ark." 25. The difference between Moshe and other people in the world. Placing others ahead of ourselves is counter to the foundations of human nature. Even a righteous soul such as Noah did not possess a complete and selfless love for all mankind. The only person willing to sacrifice himself for all humanity was Moses. Though Noah did all that God asked of him pertaining to the building of the ark, Noah did not argue with God on behalf of the people of his generation who were destined to perish in the flood. The people of Moses' generation were a stiff-necked and unappreciative lot, who knew no boundaries when it came to brazen, intolerant, and negative behavior. But Moses still fought with God to spare his fellow man. Moses offered his own life in place of theirs, despite their constant betrayal and insurgency. We must begin the near impossible task of truly considering others before ourselves. The spiritual attributes that Moses possessed are available through the influences of the Hebrew letters that spell out this story. Rabbi Yitzhak analyzed the words, "He who caused his glorious arm to go at the right hand of Moshe, that divided the water before them to make himself an everlasting name." He said that his glorious arm is the merit of Abraham, who is the embodiment of Chesed and who is to the right side of the Tiferet of Moshe. In other words, Moshe is the secret of Tiferet, and Chesed is to his right. So the term arm indicates the right arm of the Tiferet of Moshe. And, therefore, that divided the water before them indicates that the merit of Abraham, who is Chesed, divides the water. And for what reason? To make himself an everlasting name. Come and behold. What is the difference between Moshe and other human beings? When the Holy One, blessed be He, said to Moshe, "Now therefore let me alone, and I will make you a great nation," Moshe immediately asked, "Shall I abandon Yisrael, forget their punishment, and not plea for mercy for them because of my welfare? The world now shall say that I have killed the nation of Yisrael, and that I did the same as Noach had done before me." Noach did not plea for mercy on behalf of the world, and they all perished because the Holy One, blessed be He, had told him that he and his children would be saved by the ark, as the verses state. "And I myself shall bring the flood water, and I shall destroy all existence that I have made from upon the face of the ground, and as for me, behold, I establish my covenant, and come you into the ark." Because Noach did not plea for them, the flood waters are named after him, as it is written, "For this is as the waters of Noach to me." Moshe said, "Now all the people shall say that I have killed them, because Hashem has told me that he shall make me a great nation. Now it is best for me to die and not have the nation of Yisrael destroyed." Then immediately Moshe besought Hashem his Elohim and said, "Hashem, why does your wrath burn against your people?" He prayed for mercy, and indeed mercy for the world was aroused. Rabbi Yitzhak continued, "At first, when he pleaded for mercy for them, what did he say? He said, 'Hashem, why does your wrath burn against your people?' And he asked, why did Moshe ask why? They sinned by idol worshipping, for it is written, 'They have made them a molten calf and have worshipped it.' Nevertheless Moshe asked why. And he answered that we have already learned that when a person is trying to appease a friend who has been offended by another, he should not magnify, but should rather minimize, the offense in the eyes of the offended. Later, he should maximize it in the eyes of the offender. So this is why Moshe asked before the Holy One, blessed be He, "Why does your wrath burn against your people?" He minimized the sin, but afterward magnified it to the people of Yisrael, saying, "You have sinned a great sin." He did not relent, but kept pleading with the Holy One, blessed be He, for mercy, to the point of offering his own life for the sake of the people of Yisrael, as it is written, "And if not, blot me, I pray you, out of your book which you have written." And then the Holy One, blessed be He, forgave them, as it is written, "And Hashem relented of the evil." But Noach did not act as did Moshe. He only pleaded to be saved and left the world to its fate. So whenever judgment is upon the world, the Holy Spirit says, "Alas, there is no one to be found like Moshe," as it is written, "Then he remembered the days of Moshe. Where is he who brought them up out of the sea?" The verse tells us Hashem said to Moshe, "Why do you cry to me?" Showing that he himself brought them up out of the sea through prayer, and because he prayed for Yisrael upon the sea, He was called He who brought them up out of the sea, as He did bring them out from the sea. Where is He that put His Holy Spirit within them? Refers to Moshe, to He who caused the Shekinah to reside among the people of Israel, and led them through the depths on dry land when the waters were cleft, as if frozen. And all this happened because He was willing to offer His life to save the people of Israel. Rabbi Yehuda said that even though Noach was righteous, it was still not worthwhile for the Holy One, blessed be He, to protect the world because of him. Come and behold. Moshe did not ask anything on the basis of his own merit. He depended on the merit of the patriarchs. But Noach, unlike Moshe, had no other person on whose merit he could depend. Rabbi Yitzhak said that even though this was the case, when the Holy One, blessed be He, said to him, "And I will establish my covenant with you," he should have asked for mercy for them as well. And he should have sacrificed the offering he sacrificed after the flood, before it happened. Maybe that would have calmed the judgment of wrath that hung over the world. Rabbi Yehuda asked, what should Noach have done? For the wicked of the world provoked the Holy One, blessed be He. Should he have offered a sacrifice on their behalf? He was certainly afraid for himself that he should not be entangled with them in death. He had seen their wicked deeds and how they had provoked the Holy One, blessed be He, day in and day out. Rabbi Yitzhak said, as long as the wicked multiply in the world, when a righteous person is found among them, he is punished first. As it is written, and from my sanctuary you should commence. And we have learned to read this not as Mimikdashi, but rather as Mimkadashai. And this being the case, how did the Holy One, blessed be He, save Noach who was righteous among the wicked? And he answered, he was saved so that he could bring further generations into the world. For he was truly righteous and fit to beget proper children. Not only that, but he warned them every day, but they did not pay heed. And the verse, yet if you warn the wicked, you have delivered your soul, is applied to him. From this we learn that whoever warns the wicked, even if the wicked do not heed him, that person saves himself, while the wicked are punished according to their sins. He asked, how far should he go in warning them? And he answered, until he hits them. This issue has already been explained by our friends. Rabbi Yossi was staying with Rabbi Shimon. One day he asked him, what was the motive of the Holy One, blessed be He, in extirpating all the animals of the field and the birds of the air along with the wicked? Men sinned, but what wrong had the animals, birds, and other creatures committed? Rabbi Shimon answered, the reason is given in the words, for all flesh had corrupted their way upon the earth. This means that all living creatures corrupted their way, that is, they mated with other species. Come and behold. The wicked of the world caused all the creatures to mate with species not their own. They thereby sought to destroy the work of creation by mixing and altering species. They caused all the creatures to pervert their ways on earth, as they themselves had done. The Holy One, blessed be He, said to them, as you seek to destroy my work of creation, I shall fully grant your wish. And every living substance that I have made, I will remove from the face of the earth. I shall bring the world back to water, as in the beginning, cover it with water, and then make other living beings who are fit to exist in the world. 26. And Noach went into the ark. Here the Zohar reveals the concept of evil eye. Evil eye pertains to the negative glances and resentful looks that we receive from those who may harbor envious feelings. The Kabbalist attributes the majority of common ailments and misfortunes to evil eye. When we cast the evil eye towards others, we create an opening within ourselves that attracts even more negative glances. We ourselves become more vulnerable to its effects, and a vicious circle is created. This action brings equal harm to both the bearer of evil eye and to the recipient. And Noach went in, and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives with him. Rabbi Chia opened the discussion with the verse, "Can anyone hide himself in secret places that I shall not see him?" Says Hashem, he said, "How blind and obtuse are the people who neither seek nor know the honor of their master, of whom it is written, 'Do not I fill heaven and earth?' How do the people expect to hide from their sins? They ask, 'Who sees us? And who knows us?' And also they toil in the dark. Where can they hide from him?" This is similar to the story in which a king builds a palace with hidden fortified, subterranean caves. And it came to pass that the inhabitants of the palace revolted against the king. So he surrounded them with his troops. And what did they do? They hid themselves inside the fortified hiding places. The king asked, "As I made these caves, how can you expect to hide from me in them?" This is why it says, "Can anyone hide himself in secret places that I shall not see him?" Says Hashem, "It was I who made these fortified caves. It was I who made light and darkness. How can you hide from me? Come and behold." When a person sins before his master and sins further by hiding himself and making himself believe that nobody is watching him, then the Holy One, blessed be He, punishes him openly. But when that person purifies himself and repents, then the Holy One, blessed be He, seeks to hide him so that he should not be seen on the day of the wrath of Hashem. For certainly every person should hide himself so as not to be seen by the angel of destruction, when the latter dwells in the world. He should not see him, as he is authorized to destroy all those whom he sees. Rabbi Shimon said that every person who has the evil eye of jealousy has upon him the angel of destruction, who is called the destroyer of the world. Therefore, all should beware of such a person and not come close to him. By avoiding him, one shall be protected. It is forbidden to openly approach such a person, exposing ourselves to his evil eye. If we must beware a person with the evil eye, so much more must we beware the angel of death and hide ourselves on the day of the wrath of Hashem. Of Bileam it is written, "So says the man whose eye is closed," meaning that he had an evil eye, and wherever he looked, he drew the spirit of destruction on it. That is why he wanted to gaze on Yisrael, so that he could destroy all that his eye could see. Thus it is written, "And Bileam lifted up his eyes," meaning he raised one eye and lowered the other, attempting to gaze on Yisrael with the evil eye. Come and behold. It is written, "And he saw Yisrael dwelling tribe by tribe, and he also saw that the Shekinah hovered and brooded over them. Because she was made whole by the 12 tribes beneath her, the eye of Bileam could not have power over them. He said, 'How can I overcome them?' As the supernal Holy Spirit, namely Bina, is hovering over them and protecting them with her wings. As it is written, 'He lay down like a lion. Who shall rouse him up?' That is, who shall raise him, the supernal Holy Spirit, that it should stop protecting them, so that they might be revealed to the eye, which would then rule them. Therefore the Holy One, blessed be He, wanted to protect Noach by hiding him out of sight, so that the impure spirit could not rule him and destroy him, as has already been explained. The words, "And Noach went in" apply to what has previously been said, that he entered the ark to be hidden from sight. The words, "because of the waters of the flood," indicate that the waters actually pushed him into the ark, meaning that he saw the waters of the flood and was afraid. As a result, he went into the ark. Rabbi Yossi added that Noach saw the angel of death arrive with the waters of the flood, and that is why he entered the ark. And he protected himself by staying in the ark for 12 months. Why 12 months? On this point, Rabbi Itzhak and Rabbi Yehuda have different opinions. One says that the 12 months are the period of the sentence of the wicked in Gehinnom. The other says that the purpose of the 12 months was to enable Noach the righteous to complete 12 stages of purification, so that he and all the others could emerge from the ark. Because each stage requires 1 month for completion, they were delayed for 12 months. Rabbi Yehuda said, "In Gehinnom, the wicked are punished with water for 6 months and with fire for 6 months. So why during the flood were they punished only by water for 12 months? 6 months should have been enough." Rabbi Yossi told him that they were sentenced to both punishments of Gehinnom, water and fire. They were punished by water, and the water that fell upon them from above was cold as snow. And they were also punished by fire, because the water that sprouted from the deep was scalding. Thus they were punished for 12 months, receiving the full sentence of Gehinnom 6 by water and 6 by fire. This continued until they were completely removed from the face of the world. During this time, Noach was hidden in the ark. As a result, the angel of destruction did not approach him, and the ark roamed upon the waters, as it is written. And they bore up the ark, and it was lifted above the earth. They were smitten for 40 days, as it is written, and the flood was 40 days upon the earth. For the duration of the 12 months they were being erased, as it is written, and they were blotted out from the earth. Woe to those wicked people, because they shall not rise from the dead and appear in the world on the day of judgment. For they were blotted out from the earth as is described in the verse. You have blotted out their name for ever and ever. So they shall not even be allowed to stand on the day of judgment, which means that they shall not even be among those who shall rise and stand in full disgrace, as is written in Daniel. But he shall not restore their souls to them until they are in the land of Yisrael, as it is stated. Behold, I will open your graves and cause you to come up out of your graves, my people, and I will bring you into the land of Yisrael. They will roll through underground passages and come to the land of Yisrael. Next, it is written, I will put my spirit in you and you shall live. Only in the land of Yisrael will they receive their souls, except those who have defiled themselves and the land, namely the generation of the flood. As for them, it has been declared, and they shall be blotted out of the earth. Out of the earth means precisely that they shall not rise during the resurrection of the dead, and shall not come to the land of Yisrael to receive their souls. Although some of the ancient sages differ in their opinion, claiming that they shall be resurrected, what has been said stands. For the term blotted out is similar to the expression, let them be blotted out of the book of living, meaning that they shall never be resurrected. Rabbi Shimon said to him, undoubtedly, the generation of the flood will have no share in the world to come, as it is written, and they will be blotted out from the earth. Analogously, it is written, they shall inherit the land forever. And we learn that the word earth has the same meaning in both sentences. Nevertheless, they shall rise and stand for the judgment, as they are described, and many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life and some to reproaches and everlasting abhorrence. Even though opinions differ on this matter, everything is as our friends have explained. 27. And he destroyed every living substance. Destruction caused by our own negative actions not only affects our world, but also harms the angels who watch over us in the upper worlds. By directing the spiritual influences of the Zohar in their direction, we can fortify these angelic forces. And he destroyed every living substance that was upon the face of the ground. Rabbi Aba said that the verse indicates that the ministers who rule and govern upon the earth, namely the angels who govern the peoples of the world, were also destroyed. This is the meaning of, every living substance which was upon the face of the ground. For when the Holy One, blessed be He, executes His judgment and punishes the people of the earth, He starts with the supernal ministers who rule them and, after they are destroyed, continues with the people who abided beneath the shelter of their wings. As it is written, Hashem will punish the host of the heavens on high, and then the kings of the earth upon the earth. But how were these ministers removed? It was hard for him to understand this point, because the power of death has no control over them. How shall he remove them? And he replied, He drove them through burning fire, as it is written. For Hashem your Elohim is a devouring fire, a zealous El. Thus, the living substance of above, which includes the supernal ministers, was driven through fire, while those who were governed by them and resided below them, namely the people of the world, were erased by water. This is why the verse begins, and He erased all living substance, and then continues, man, cattle, and creeping things, and the birds of the heaven, they were destroyed from the earth. In only Noach was left, the word only signifies that nothing and nobody remained in the world except Noach and whoever was with him in the ark. Rabbi Yossi said that the word only indicates that not even Noach's body was spared, for he was smitten by a lion and became limp, as was previously explained. 28. And Elohim remembered Noach. The Zohar discloses a secret concerning the word remembered, and its connection to having our prayers answered. Prayer alone will not yield a response if, metaphorically speaking, the Creator cannot see the alarm lights flashing. The coverings that block our alarm signals are negative entities called klipot, which are brought into existence through our own negative deeds. These coverings become more dense with each new negative action. The words that tell of these spiritual secrets help our prayers pierce through all the dense layers of klipot, so that our cries are heard above. This is the mystery behind the word remembered. And Elohim remembered Noach and every living thing and all the cattle that were with him in the ark. Rabbi Chia quoted the verse, A prudent man foresees evil and hides himself, saying that this verse refers to Noach who entered the ark and hid himself in it. And he entered the ark only when the waters forced him to do so. As was previously explained, before he went into the ark, he saw the angel of death walking among the people and encircling them. Because Noach saw the angel of death, he entered the ark and hid. Thus it is written, A prudent man sees evil and hides himself. For sees evil refers to the angel of death from whom he hid, as it is written, from the waters of the flood. Or in other words, from the angel of death whom he saw on the waters of the flood. Rabbi Yossi said that the verse a prudent man foresees evil and hides himself means, as has been stated, that when death rages throughout the world, a wise man will hide and not appear in the open. This prevents the angel of destruction from seeing him, because when the angel of destruction gets permission to destroy, he destroys everything in front of him and everyone who openly passes before him. An allusion to this appears at the end of the verse that reads, But the simple pass on and are punished, referring to those who pass in front of him, are seen by him and therefore punished. Another explanation is that pass on means that those who transgress the commandments of their master are therefore punished. Thus, a prudent man foresees evil and hides himself refers to Noach, while the simple pass on and are punished refers to the people of his generation. He hid himself in the ark and remained inside it all this time. What does it say afterward? It says, And Elohim remembered Noach. So Rabbi Shimon said, Come and behold, while judgment is executed, there is no remembrance. But after the judgment has been executed and the wicked have been removed from the world, then the word remember is mentioned. This is because when judgment prevails in the world, there is no supernal mating above and the angel of destruction rages throughout the world. Thus there is no positive remembrance, as remembrance means mating. But after judgment is executed and completed, and the wrath is appeased, everything returns to its proper order. Namely, the supernal mating commences and mercy is revealed in the world. This is why the text reads, "And Elohim remembered Noach," because the term remembrance, which means mating, applies to Noach as indicated by the words, "Noach was a righteous man." And he is a throne for the supernal mating, so that when the mating commenced, Elohim remembered Noach. It is written, "You rule the proud swelling of the sea. When the waves arise, you still them. When the sea is stormy, the waves mount on high and the waters of the deep go up and down. The Holy One, blessed be He, sends forth a thread of chesed from the right side, pulls back his wheels, and appeases its rage, but there is nobody who can grasp him. Jonah fell into the sea and the fish swallowed him. So he asked, why did his soul not leave him at once? And he answered, because the Holy One, blessed be He, controls the swelling of the sea. The swelling of the sea is the thread from the left, which causes the sea to rise and become elevated. But had the other thread of mercy, chesed, not arrived from the right, it would have never been elevated. For when that thread from the left goes down to the sea and is held by the sea, the waves awaken and begin to roar for prey. For the lack of hasadim, they are not able to receive the abundance of chachma and nourish themselves. Therefore they remain hungry and roar for prey until the Holy One, blessed be He, restrains the waves, holds them back, and returns them to their place. In other words, He draws the thread of mercy and encloses the chachma with hasidim, and in so doing He restrains the waves and pulls them back to their place. The chachma is thus amended and can shine in fullness, because the sea cannot rise by the light of chachma from the left column before the thread of chesed is drawn and encloses it. As it is written, you rule the raging of the sea. When their waves arise, you still them. One interpretation is that He does this by breaking and pulling them back to their place with the thread of chesed. A different interpretation is that the meaning is literally you praise them. That is, the fact that the waves rise with the desire to see is praiseworthy. From this we can learn that whoever seeks and longs for knowledge, even if he is incapable of attaining it, is praised for his effort. Rabbi Yehuda said that when Noach was in the ark, he was afraid that the Holy One, blessed be He, might never remember him. But after the judgment was executed and the evil of the world were removed, what does the scripture say? It says, and Elohim remembered Noach. And the reason for this shall be explained presently by Rabbi Elazar. Rabbi Elazar says, come and behold. When the power of judgment prevails in the world, it is inappropriate for a person's name to be mentioned above, because if his name is mentioned, his sins will be remembered and they will come to judge him. From where do we know this? From the story of the woman of Shunem. On the holy day of Rosh Hashanah, the Holy One, blessed be He, was judging the world. Elisha the prophet asked the woman, would you be spoken for to the king? The king here refers to the Holy One, blessed be He, who is called on that day the King, the Holy King, and the King of Judgment. She replied, I dwell among my own people, meaning, I do not want to be scrutinized on my own. Therefore I dwell among my own people. He who puts himself in the middle of his own people does not draw attention to himself and is not judged for his wrongdoings. She thus said, among my own people, come and behold. During the time when the wrath of judgment was raging throughout the world, Noach was not mentioned. But after the judgment was completed, what does the scripture say? It says, and Elohim remembered Noach. Now was his name mentioned. A different explanation of an Elohim remembered Noach is that it is similar to and I remembered my covenant, which means that he caused the supernal mating. 30. And Noach built an altar. After the great flood, the metaphysical lines of communication between the upper and lower worlds were destroyed, and the flow of light into our world was cut off. In order to re-establish a link, Noah rebuilt the metaphysical cables that run throughout the worlds. This concept is the mystery behind the altar that Noah built. Rabbi Chizkiah was on his way from Kapatkia to Lod, when Rabbi Yessa ran into him. He addressed him saying, "You surprise me. Why are you walking alone, since we have learned that a person should not go on a journey alone?" Rabbi Chizkiah replied, "There is a young boy following and accompanying me." Rabbi Yessa said to him, "This is what surprises me. Why are you accompanied by someone with whom you are not able to discuss the Torah? We have learned that whoever goes on a journey and does not delve into the matters of the Torah endangers his life." Rabbi Chizkiah replied, "It is certainly so." In the meantime, the young boy caught up with them. Rabbi Yessa asked him, "My son, from where do you come?" The boy answered, "From the city of Lod. I heard that this learned man was heading toward there, so I offered to work for him to serve him and to walk with him." Rabbi Yessa then asked him, "My son, are you familiar with matters of the Torah?" And he answered, "Yes, I am. My father used to teach me the section of the sacrifices, and I also used to listen to what he taught my elder brother." Rabbi Yessa then said to him, "My son, speak to me." The young boy started with the verse, "And Noach built an altar to Hashem and took of every clean beast and of every clean fowl, and offered burnt offerings on the altar." He said, "And Noach built an altar" indicates the altar on which Adam offered his sacrifice. Then he asked, "Why did Noach offer a burnt offering, as a burnt offering is only offered to atone for wrongful thoughts of the heart? What was Noach's sin?" And he replied, "Noach thought to himself, the Holy One, blessed be he, judged the world and sentenced it to destruction. Perhaps in being spared, I used up all the merit that I have and am now left with none." So immediately Noach built an altar to Hashem. This was the altar on which Adam offered his sacrifices. So the boy asked, "If it is so, then why does it say that he built it? It was Adam who built it." And he replied, "It says this because the wicked of the world had caused the altar not to stand in its place, the place where it can transfer abundance to the holy side. When Noach came to offer his sacrifice on it, the verse stated, and Noach built it because he brought it back to the place where abundance is directed toward the holy side, and offered burnt offerings. Olet has a defective spelling, without the letter vav, which would have indicated the plural form, because he offered only one burnt offering. It is written, "It is a burnt offering, a fire offering for sweet savor to Hashem." The boy said, "The burnt offering is a male and not a female, as it is written, he shall offer it a male without blemish." Therefore, why is the term Isha spelled with a final HEI, indicating the feminine form of the word? Esh without HEI should have been used instead. As this is the masculine form. And he explained that even though the burnt offering is male and is sacrificed and offered to its place, namely to Zir Anpin, who is the male aspect, the female principle should not be separated from Zir Anpin as a result of the offering. Thus, it is offered to the female principle, uniting Zir Anpin and his female principle. Through the offering, the female principle rises up to Zir Anpin and unites with him. Even though we find the explanation that the fire offering is for the Ashim, the masculine plural form, and not for the rakings, we learn from the allusion to the female principle. Noach should have sacrificed a burnt offering. For the Holy One, blessed be he, had established him in the place of the male, so that he could enter the ark, the secret of the female principle, and be united with it. He offered a burnt offering, and not any other kind of sacrifice, because he did not really sin. He only thought that he had no merit left. He sacrificed a burnt offering, a fire offering, meaning the fire of hay. This indicates that the left of Zir Anpin, which is called fire, joined with the female principle called Hei. The female principle comes from the left side, which is called fire, and when the female principle and the fire are joined, she is called Isha. The word Isha indicates the bond of love, which is to the left, where the fire, the secret of the Hei, holds her. The fire raises her two Zir Anpin, binding them together as one. This is why the verse reads, "It is a burnt offering, a fire offering," indicating the bond of a male and female with each other. 31. And Hashem smelled the savor of appeasement. This complex section concerns the power of aroma to awaken and arouse great lights. The various processes and conduits that spiritual currents must travel are revealed here by the Zohar. A contemporary example can shed some light on the ideas that are being presented. A computer contains a processor which must make billions of computations per second in order to accomplish a task. In essence, the Zohar is describing the metaphysical computations taking place within the 10 Sefirot whenever the aroma of incense arouses the spiritual forces of light. Perusing the Aramaic words connects us to these forces. And Hashem smelled the savor of appeasement. It is also written, a fire offering, a savor of appeasement. I have heard that term fire offering refers to an offering in which smoke and fire are conjoined, since there is no smoke without fire. This is similar to the verse, "Now Mount Sinai was altogether smoke, because Hashem descended upon it in fire. Come and behold." Fire comes from inside and is tenuous. It must attach itself to something on the outside that is not so tenuous. When fire and matter hold on to each other, smoke rises. Why? Because fire affects whatever reacts to it. An example is the nose, which reacts to the smoke that issues from the fire. Hence it is written, "They shall put incense in your nose," meaning that the judgments which are the fire and smoke issuing from the nose are sweetened by incense. It sends the fire from the nose to its place, namely Teo Yisrael, Saba and Tavuna, because that is its point of origin. Because of the smell of the incense, the nose contracts and reaches its innermost levels until all are united. Then everything returns to its point of origin and they all come closer to the thought, which is Erech Anpin. Then they are combined into one whole desire, which is the savor of appeasement, which appeases anger and restores peace. When the smoke is gathered, it enters and folds itself onto the fire, and the fire catches on to the smoke. Together, they enter the innermost levels, until the angel is appeased. After they are united and anger is appeased, a new mating occurs. When the angel is satisfied and all three columns are bonded together, it is called appeasement. This refers to the second action, mentioned in the previous paragraph, which includes appeasement and satisfaction. It combines the hasadim and universal rejoicing, caused by the chachma, as one. It does so because the hasadim are completed by the light of chachma, and chachma encloses the hasadim. They are the radiance of the candles from the left side and the brightness of the faces from the right. Thus it is written, "And Hashem smelt the savor of appeasement, as one who smells and gathers all the sweetness to itself." Rabbi Yessa then approached the young boy and kissed him, saying that he did not realize that the boy possessed all these precious goods, and added that he would change his route in order to accompany the boy. So they all proceeded together. Rabbi Chizkiah said, "We are walking along this route accompanied by the Shekhinah, so it is corrected for us." He then took hold of the young boy's hand and walked on. Then both rabbis requested that he tell them one of the scriptural expositions that his father has told him. The young boy started with the verse, "Let him kiss me with the kisses of his mouth." This, he continued, is the supernal passion. Because when the fire was issued, the desire came from the mouth and not from the nose. Because when one mouth is connected to someone else's for the purpose of a kiss, fire emerges in the form of desire, brightness of face, the rejoicing of all, and the union of delight. This is also why it is written, "For your love is better than wine." It is better than wine, meaning it is better than the wine that brightens the face and causes the eyes to laugh, bringing affection and brotherhood. It is not from the wine that leads to drunkenness and that brings anger and rage, causing darkening of the face and burning of the eyes. Therefore, because this wine is good, it brightens the face, makes the eyes merry, and arouses the passion for love. Thus, it is offered daily as a sacrifice on the altar in a specific amount that makes whoever drinks it merry and satisfied. As it is written, "And the wine offering thereof shall be a fourth part of a hin." This indicates that he is careful to draw it up from below. This is the reason it has been said, "Your love is better than wine," for wine induces love and passion. And all, as it occurs below, arouses love above. For there are two candles, and when the light of the one on high is extinguished by rising smoke from the one below, the upper one is lit. Rabbi Chizkiah then said that it is clearly true that the upper world, which is Bina, depends on the lower world, which is the female principle. For, as previously explained, the female principle rekindles the extinguished Bina. The lower world, the female principle, depends on the upper world, Bina, because the light that the female principle made shine in Bina is merited by the female principle as well. The fact that since the destruction of the Holy Temple, there are no more blessings above in Bina or below in the female principle, shows that the two depend on each other. And Rabbi Yossi said that blessings cannot be found, but curses do exist, because sustenance is drawn from that side, namely, from lighting the upper candle with the smoke that rises from the lower one. Why? Because the nation of Yisrael does not reside in the land of Yisrael and does not worship properly. To worship properly is to light the candles, to light the upper candle with the lower one, and to draw down the blessings to be passed onto the worlds. This is why there are no blessings above or below. Therefore the world does not exist as it should. Then Rabbi Chizkiah asked, "What is the meaning of the verse that reads, 'I will not continue to curse again the ground any more, for man's sake'? Could it be that the Holy One, blessed be He, feels regret?" Rabbi Yessa answered that he had heard it was so from Rabbi Shimon, who said that as long as the fire of above, of Bina, spreads, then the smoke, which is the judgment of below, of the female principle, intensifies the anger and destroys all. For when the fire from Bina comes forth, it does not stop until the punishment of the female principle, which is smoke, is completed. So when the judgment from below, the smoke, ceases to spread because of the judgment from above, from the force of the fire, then the judgment is done and stopped, and is not executed until destruction. That is why it is written, "I will not continue," meaning I will not continue to add to the fire in order to intensify the judgment down below, which is the smoke. The young boy said, "I heard that the words, 'Cursed is the land for your sake,' indicate that the land has been cursed because of the sin of Adam, when the evil serpent received permission to rule over it. And as he is the destructive force in the world, through whom evil was slowly revealed until it brought the flood upon the earth and destroyed all the people of the world. In other words, the flood revealed evil and made it possible to separate the bad from the good. But from the day when the Holy One, blessed be he, smelled Noach's sacrifice, he separated the bad from the good, and granted permission to the land to leave the dominion of the serpent and depart from the defiled side. For evil was separated from the land. Therefore the children of Israel offered sacrifices to the Holy One, blessed be he, to brighten the face of the earth, which is Malchut. That is, because Noach had not yet completed the correction, Yisrael still needed to offer sacrifices. Rabbi Chizkiah said that this is indeed so, because that correction did not occur until Yisrael stood at Mount Sinai. Then the evil completely separated from the earth, the pollution ceased, and there was freedom from the angel of death, as is known. Rabbi Yessa said that the Holy One, blessed be he, diminished the moon, which was the female principle, even before Adam sinned and the serpent took over. But because of Adam's sin, both the moon and the world that receives light from it were cursed. On the day that Noach offered his sacrifice, only the land, which is the female principle, was freed from the curse, but the moon's light was still diminished. Only when there is an offering in the world and the nation of Israel lives in its land will moon's deficiency be corrected. This refers to the time of King Solomon, and contradicts the words of the young boy, who said that Noach's offering resulted in permission for the earth to leave the dominion of the serpent. He claimed that the curse had been cancelled, but the dominion of the serpent still prevailed. That is why the offerings of Yisrael are required in the holy temple. Rabbi Yessa then asked the young boy for his name. He replied, Abia. Rabbi Yessa continued, You shall be a father in all things, you shall be a father in wisdom and in years. And he applied to him the verse, Your father and your mother will be glad, and she that bore you shall rejoice. Rabbi Chizkiah said that the Holy One, blessed be he, shall remove the spirit of uncleanliness from the world, as it is written. And the spirit of uncleanliness I will cause to pass out of the land, and also he will swallow up death forever. And Hashem Elohim will wipe off the tears from all faces and remove the disgrace of his people from all the earth, for Hashem spoke. And the Holy One, blessed be he, shall restore the moon to its full brightness and remove it from the darkness into which the evil serpent caused it to fall. As it is written, And the light of the moon shall be as the light of the sun, and the light of the sun shall be sevenfold, as the light of the 7 days. So he asked, What is the light of the 7 days? And he answered, It is the light that the Holy One, blessed be he, hid away in the 7 days of creation. 32. And Elohim blessed Noach. The Zohar offers us the opportunity to draw in and manifest all the blessings that are generated through this passage. And Elohim blessed Noach and his sons, and said to them, Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth. Rabbi Abia started the discussion by saying, The blessing of Hashem, it makes rich, and no pain shall be added thereto. So the blessing of Hashem is the Shekhinah, who is in charge of the blessings of the world and from whom come all blessings. Come and behold. What is written before the verse that reads Elohim blessed Noach? It is written, And Hashem said to Noach, Come you and all your house in the ark. When they entered the ark, they were addressed by Yudhivhei, who is Zir Anpin. But when they left the ark, they were addressed by Elohim, who is the female principle of Zir Anpin. As has already been stated, the landlord, who is Zir Anpin, gave Noach permission to enter. Afterward, the lady of the house, who is the female principal of Zir Anpin, allowed him to leave. So he entered with the permission of the husband, Zir Anpin, and left by permission from the wife, who is the female principal of Zir Anpin. From this we learn that the landlord should welcome the visitor into the house and the wife should escort him out. As it is written, and Elohim spoke to Noach, saying, Go forth out of the ark. Permission to leave is granted by the wife, permission to enter is not. Because he left the ark, he presented her with gifts, namely the offering of a sacrifice. For she is in the house, and it was in her hands. In other words, the mokin of the house are in the hands of the female principal alone. He offered her gifts to make her more lovable to her husband. From this we can learn how a guest should behave. He should present the lady of the house with departing gifts. After he gives her the presents, her husband will become fonder of her and she will bless him. As it is written, And Elohim blessed Noach and his sons, and said to them, Be fruitful and multiply, and also the blessing of Hashem it makes rich, which definitely indicates that the Shekhinah, who is responsible for the blessings of the world, is Hashem's blessing. And he adds no sorrow with her. This is the secret of the verse, In sorrow shall you eat of it. The word sorrow indicates sadness and anger. It means without a bright face. When the moon grows darker, the blessings disappear. In sorrow refers to the spirit of the other side, or the klippot, which prevent blessings from reaching our world by causing people to sin. The words, and he adds no sorrow with her hint at the secret of the verse. I will not again curse the earth anymore. For sorrow means that the other side is in power, bringing curses upon the world. Therefore, when he does not add any sorrow with her, he also does not again curse, because both are one and the same. 33. And the fear of you and the dread of you. Man has two bodies, one composed of light, Tselem Elokim, or image of God, and the other composed of physical matter. The light body is our protective shield that shines and projects outward from our physical selves. The Zohar explains that even deadly animals fear us when this force radiates at maximum power. Negative actions gradually weaken and dim this protective light. This arouses fears within us, which in turn create vulnerabilities to destructive external forces. This secret is concealed in the Torah story of God blessing Noah and his children so that all the animals shall fear them. Knowing this secret rekindles the light aspect of our body. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be means that from now on, you shall take the form of human beings, from which the beasts of the earth fear. From the time of Adam's sin until this point, they did not take the form of human beings. Now come and behold. In the beginning it is written, The beasts of the earth were afraid of man, for in the image of Elohim made he man. And also, in the likeness of Elohim made he him. But as people sinned, they no longer maintained the supernal image, and they became afraid of the beasts of the field. Formerly, the creatures of the world looked upon man and saw the holy supernal image and trembled with fear. But as people sinned, their image was transformed in the eyes of the beasts. This is why human beings now tremble with fear of other creatures. Come and behold. All the people who do not sin before their master and do not transgress against the precepts of the Torah retain the divine splendor of the image of Elohim. Therefore all the creatures of the world tremble with fear of them. But when the people transgress against the precepts of the Torah, their shape changes and they tremble and fear other creatures, because the supernal shape has left them. Because the beasts cannot see the supernal form in them anymore, they are ruled by the beasts of the field. When they left the ark and the world was renewed, Hashem blessed them by granting them dominion over all the creatures, even over the fish in the sea. As it is written, "And upon all the fishes of the sea, into your hand they are delivered." Rabbi Chia said that into your hand they are delivered, indicating that when the Holy One, blessed be He, created the world, He delivered everything into the hands of man. As it is written, "And have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air." That is to say, they were subjugated to people on the day that man was created. And Elohim blessed Noach. Rabbi Chizkiah opened his discourse on the verse of David, Maskil. Happy is he whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. He said that although this passage has been explained, it contains deep secrets of wisdom. We have learned that King David praised the Holy One, blessed be He, with 10 levels of praises, which are conducting, playing melody, maskil, epigrams, psalms, song, blessing, prayer, thanksgiving, and hallelujah. Through these praises, King David perfected the book of Tehillim. Maskil is the level that refers to the secret of Chachma, and David perfected himself before attaining this level. Blessed is he whose transgression is forgiven. This means that when the Holy One, blessed be He, weighs the sins and the merits of men, transgression is forgiven when the merits overcome the sins and draw them downward on the scale. This means that He has more merits than sins. When this happens, His transgression is forgiven. The verse, "whose sin is covered," means that when judgment prevails in the world, sin should be covered so that the angel of destruction does not take control of it. This is what happened with Noach during the flood, when the Holy One, blessed be He, shielded him from Adam's sin of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, that Adam brought down upon the world. Because the angel of destruction did not see Noach, he was unable to cling to him and punish him. But because Adam brought sin upon the world, we find that the other living creatures were given control, the human being is afraid of them, and the world has not reached perfection. So when Noach left the ark, the Holy One, blessed be He, blessed him. As it is written, "And Elohim blessed Noach and his sons." And, also, "The fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the field," which means that his form became like that of Adam before the sin of the tree of knowledge, when all the living creatures feared him. And you, be fruitful and multiply. He raised the issue that females do not seem to be included in these blessings, as the verse mentions only Noach and his sons, but not the females. Rabbi Shimon said that the term "and you" with an added vav, which means and, indicates that the males and the females were both included. The letter vav that appears here indicates the female principle. Not only that, but in the verse, "And Elohim blessed Noach," the word et is added to suggest the name of the female principle. And it is also mentioned here to include Noach's wife. And in the line, "and his sons," the particle et is used to indicate that their wives are included. Because it is written, "Be fruitful and multiply, propagate your kind." We know that females were also blessed, and from here onward, brings abundantly in the earth, in which the Holy One, blessed be He, handed over to them to all of them who followed after 7 precepts of the Torah. When Yisrael stood on Mount Sinai, they were all given the precepts of the Torah together. 34. I have set my rainbow in the cloud. The Zohar explains that the rainbow is a sign indicating that a great destruction was forthcoming, but it has been prevented by the hand of God. Reading this section infuses us with the same light of protection expressed by the sign of the rainbow. And Elohim said to Noach, "This is the sign of the covenant which I make between me and you. I have set my rainbow in the cloud." The words "I have set" show that he had already set the rainbow. Rabbi Shimon commented on the verse, And above the firmament that was over their heads was the likeness of a throne, with the appearance of a sapphire stone. Before this it is written, "And when they went out I heard the noise of their wings, like the noise of great waters, as the voice of Shaddai." These words refer to the four sacred and mighty supreme animals upon whom the firmament rests. Their wings are joined together to cover their bodies. When they spread their wings, the singing voice of all their wings is heard, and the words, as the voice of Shaddai, indicate that this voice is never silent. As it is also written, "Praise to you and never be silent." He then asked, "What do they say?" And he answered, "They say, Hashem has made known his salvation. His righteousness he has openly showed in the sight of the heathens." The words, "the noise of commotion," as the noise of a host, signify the noise of the holy camp, with its supernal armies assembled on high. He asked, "And what do they say?" And he answered, "They say, Holy, holy, holy is Hashem of hosts. The whole earth is full of his glory." They face south and say, "Holy," then they face north and say, "Holy," then they face east and say, "Holy," and then they face west and say, "Blessed." And that firmament rests on top of their heads. So wherever the animal moves, it turns its head and faces all four faces gathered within. It also turns its head and faces all four corners of the world, all four directions of the winds, and they are all brought back and spread downward. The four faces of these animals are imprinted on all four sides of the firmament, which are the four winds of heaven, south, north, east, and west. The face of a lion is imprinted to the south, the face of a bull to the north, the face of an eagle to the east, and the face of a man to the west. All of the faces are also imprinted with the face of man. The face of lion is imprinted with the face of man, the face of eagle with the face of man, and the face of bull with the face of man. All faces are included in the face of man, and this is why it is written, "As for the likeness of their faces, they each had the likeness of man." This means that all four have the face of man. Now the firmament is a square that points in four directions and contains all of the colors, four of which white, red, green, and black are seen. Each of these colors is imprinted with all four colors. So we have 16 colors altogether. The upper ones, the animal of Chesed, Gvura, and Tiferet are engraved. The same applies to the lower ones, the animal of Netzach, Hod, Yesod, and Malchut. So when these four colors, the colors of the animals of Netzach, Hod, Yesod, and Malchut, spread out, they become 12, and not 16 like the animal of Chesed, Gvura, and Tiferet. The colors are green, red, white, and sapphire, which is a combination of the first three. In other words, the color sapphire, which is Malchut, is not really a color by itself, but a combination of the three other colors. So we have 3 colors multiplied by 4, which adds up to 12. This is why it is written, "As the appearance of the rainbow that is in the cloud in the day of rain, so was the appearance of the brightness round about. This was the appearance of the likeness of the glory of Hashem." This appearance and likeness, Malchut, contains all 3 colors, meaning that Malchut has no color of its own, but contains the other 3 colors. That is why it is written, "The appearance of the rainbow in the cloud." He asked, "What is meant by my rainbow?" And he replied, "It is similar to what has been said about Yosef, but his bow abode firm." The rainbow suggests Malchut, and since Yosef is called righteous, which is the attribute of Yesod, his rainbow refers to the covenant of the rainbow, Yesod of Malchut. The covenant is Yesod and the rainbow Malchut. The rainbow is considered righteous because the covenant, Yesod, united with it. And because Noach was righteous, his covenant was established and included in the secret of the rainbow. Were made strong. He asked, "What is the meaning of Vayaphazu?" And he replied that his hands were shining from the light that is as pure gold and desired by all. This relates to the verse, "More to be desired are they than gold, than much fine gold and sweet." This means that his hands shone with the supernal light because he observed the covenant. This is why when he merited the covenant, he was called Yosef the righteous. The rainbow was also called the covenant because he and the rainbow are combined and included within each other, as previously explained. And the rainbow is the splendor of the glory on high, the sight beyond all sights. Malchut, called the glory on high, contains all the sights. It is also the sight of the hidden lights, which are the hidden and unrevealed colors. The three colors, white, red, and green, which are Chesed, Gvura, and Tiferet. These lights are covered and hidden above the chest, and they are revealed in the rainbow. The eye is not permitted to look at the rainbow when it appears in the world, for the rainbow exposes fault in the Shekhinah. Furthermore, the colors of the rainbow are connected with the appearance of the mist and the cloud, which mean that they are covered up. Like the appearance of the glory on high, it should not be gazed upon. That the colors of the rainbow are connected to the sight of the mist and the cloud indicates that they are covered, like the sight of the supernal glory, which must not be seen. But because the earth looks at the rainbow, Malchut, called the earth, is completed by the rainbow, and then the sacred covenant is properly established. Therefore, it shall be for a sign of a covenant between Elohim. What we previously stated, that these are three colors, white, red, and green, and one other color that is comprised of the other three, all form one secret. This means that the rainbow is formed by these three colors and a fourth that is a combination of them. And the rainbow climbs to the clouds to show itself, because it can only be seen from within a cloud. And above the firmament that was over their heads was the likeness of a throne, as the appearance of a sapphire stone. This sapphire stone is the foundation stone, which is one point upon which the whole world stands. Upon it, the Holy of the Holies is established. What is this point? It is the supernal sacred throne, which controls the four colors. It bears a resemblance to a throne and its four supports, which are the four colors, white, red, green, and sapphire. This throne is the unwritten law, Malchut. And upon the likeness of a throne was the likeness as the appearance of a man upon it above. This refers to the written law, namely Zir Anpin. From this we learn that the written law should be placed above the unwritten law, because the one is a throne for the other. As the appearance of a man refers to the image of Yaakov, who is Zir Anpin, because he sits upon this throne. 35. And this stone which I have set for a pillar. Within this discussion, the Zohar stresses the importance of properly preparing oneself mind, body, and soul before entering the gates of Torah study. The reason given by the Zohar concerns the supernal forces and the souls of the righteous, who traverse many worlds to join us whenever we learn. True spiritual study does not pertain to the acquisition of external knowledge. Learning and studying the secrets of the Torah is the sum and substance of light itself. Specifically, study and light are one and the same. Therefore, when we study, we are, in reality, bringing the spiritual forces of light into full manifestation. This understanding helps us prepare our entire being, so that we may become worthy vessels for the light of the Creator to fill. Rabbi Yehuda woke up one night to study Torah. It was midnight in a guest house in the town of Matamachisia. There was a Jew staying there who had arrived with 2 sacks of clothes to sell. Rabbi Yehuda opened the discussion, saying, "And this stone which I have set for a pillar shall be the house of Elohim. That stone," he continued, "is the foundation stone, on which the world was planted. And on that stone the holy temple was built." The Jew raised his head up and said, "How can this be possible? As the foundation stone existed before the world was created, and from it the world was planted. You claim that this stone which I have set for a pillar means that until Yochai set it as a pillar, it was not properly set and did not stand in its place. As it is written, and he took the stone he had put under his head. But the foundation stone was established and stood in its place before the creation of the world. And furthermore, Yochai was in Bet-El, while the foundation stone was in Jerusalem, where it stands in the place of the holy temple." Rabbi Yehuda, without turning his face toward him, quoted the verse, "Prepare to meet your Elohim, O Yisrael." He continued, "As it is written, take heed and hear, O Yisrael." This means that the words of Torah require full attention and that it should be approached with the body and soul properly focused. The Jew rose, dressed, sat by Rabbi Yehuda's side, and said, "Happy are you righteous who study the Torah day and night." Rabbi Yehuda said to him, "Now that you have properly prepared yourself, we shall join one another and you can say what you want to say. For before discussing Torah, a person has to properly prepare his body and heart. If this were not so, I would lay in bed and think of these things in my heart. But we have learned that even one person, sitting and studying Torah, is accompanied by the Shekinah. And if the Shekinah is already here, how can I lay in bed? Also, in order to delve into Torah, a person requires a clear mind, and he who lies in his bed does not have a clear mind. Furthermore, when a person gets up to study Torah in the middle of the night, when the northern wind awakes, the Holy One, blessed be He, enters Gan Eden and enjoys himself with the righteous. And he, together with the righteous in the garden, listen to the words that come from such a person's mouth. So if the Holy One, blessed be He, and the righteous delight in hearing the words of Torah at this hour, how can I lay in my bed?" Now Rabbi Yehuda said to the Jew, "Say what you have to say." He told Rabbi Yehuda that he had a question about the statement regarding the verse, "And this stone which I have set for a pillar shall be the house of Elohim. You said it refers to the foundation stone. How can that be? The foundation stone existed even before the creation of the world. From this stone the world was planted. And you say that which I have set means that Yochai has just set it, and it is written, and he took the stone that he had put under his head. Also, Yochai was in Bet-El while the stone was in Jerusalem." Rabbi Yehuda answered that Yochai folded up the land of Yisrael and placed it under his head, even though he was in Bethel. The Jew continued, "It is written, he took the stone that he had put and this stone which I have set for a pillar, meaning that Yaakov established it now. So how can it be the same stone which had existed before the world was created?" Rabbi Yehuda said, "If you know anything, say it." The Jew then began, "It is written, as for me, I shall behold your face in righteousness. I shall be satisfied when I wake up and see your likeness." King David felt great affection for and devotion to this stone. The stone is Malchut, and it is called the foundation stone and also righteousness. Therefore David said of it, "The stone which the builders rejected has become the cornerstone." And when he wanted to look at the reflection of his master's glory, he would simply take the stone into his hands and enter. Whoever wants to appear before his master can enter only by that stone, as it is written. Thus, with Malchut that is called this shall Aaron come into the holy place. King David was glorifying himself, saying, As for me, I shall behold your face in righteousness, which is Malchut. His main intention was to show himself and appear with the stone turned heavenward. Come and behold. Abraham instituted the morning prayer, which corresponds to the Sphira of Chesed of Zir Anpin, and in so doing, he made known the essence of his master in the world, and he fixed the time of the morning as it should properly be, as it is written, and Abraham rose up early in the morning. This means that he fixed the attribute of Chesed, that prevails in the morning. Yitzhak instituted the afternoon prayer, which corresponds to the Sphira of Gvura of Zir Anpin, and made the world know that there is judgment and a judge who can save the world and judge it. This means that he fixed the attribute of Gvura. Yochai instituted the evening prayer, which corresponds to Malchut, of the female principle of Zir Anpin. Through this prayer, he established what no man had before, and he therefore praised himself, saying, And this stone which is Malchut, I had put for a pillar. He fixed her properly, because until that time, nobody had established it as he had. This is why he took the stone that he had put under his head, and set it up for a pillar. But what is the meaning of a pillar? It means that Malchut had fallen and he set her up. And he poured oil on the top of it means that her positioning depended on Yaakov more than on any other person in the world. For Yaakov is her husband, the chariot of Tiferet. Therefore all amendments made to Malchut, who is his female principle, are dependent on him. Rabbi Yehuda then came, kissed the Jew, and said to him, You know all this, and still you deal in commerce and neglect eternal life? The Jew answered, Times are pressing, and I have 2 sons studying daily in a house of Torah. I have to care for their expenses and pay their teachers' fees so that they can continue to study. He continued, quoting the verse, And Solomon sat upon the throne of David, his father, and his kingdom was established firmly. And he asked, What is the reason for Solomon's praise? He replied that he established the foundation stone and set over it the Holy of Holies, thereby firmly establishing his kingdom. It is written, And I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant, meaning that the Holy One, blessed be he, always desires her, Malchut. Whoever is not seen with her does not enter before his master. That is why it is written, And I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant, because the seeing is only for her. He asks, What is meant by and I will look upon it? And he answered that it is a secret relating to the words, and set a mark upon the foreheads. This mark is the letter Tav that shall be seen on their foreheads. But there are those who say that the seeing is related to the impression of his holy sign in the flesh. Rabbi Yehuda said, Certainly both the aspect of the letter Tav and the diadem are implied in the expression look upon it. Nevertheless, the rainbow that is seen in the world is based on a supernal secret, and when the nation of Yisrael goes forth from exile, this rainbow will be adorned with color like a bride who adorns herself for her husband. The Jew then told him, This is what my father said to me while he was departing from this world. Do not expect the coming of Mashiach until this rainbow is seen in the world, adorning itself in shining colors and shining to all the world. Only then expect Mashiach. From where do we know this? From the verse that says, And I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant. Because now, during the exile, when the rainbow is seen with darkened colors, it is a reminder to prevent the flood from returning to the world. But, when Mashiach appears, it shall shine brightly and be ornamented, like a bride who adorns herself for her husband. and what is predicted in the verse, to remember the everlasting covenant, shall come to pass. Then the Holy One, blessed be He, will remember that covenant and raise her from the dust, as it is written. And they will seek Hashem their Elohim and David their king. David their king refers to Malchut, that is the secret of the rainbow. It is also written, but they shall serve Hashem their Elohim and David their king, whom I will raise for them, meaning, whom I will raise from the dust. As you say, I will raise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen. It is therefore said at that time I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant and raise her from the dust. My father said that the reason the redemption of Yisrael and the remembrance of Malchut are mentioned in the Torah is that remember the everlasting covenant refers to the redemption of Yisrael and the completion of Malchut. That is why, in reference to the time of redemption, it is written, for as I have sworn that the waters of Noach should no more go over the earth, so have I sworn that I would not be angry with you, nor rebuke you. 36. And the sons of Noach that went forth from the ark. Rabbi Shimon discloses a secret to explain this verse. It concerns a process of revelation of great light. When we scan this portion, may we all merit the light that shines from these secrets. And the sons of Noach that went forth from the ark. Rabbi Elazar said, it is written, the sons of Noach that went forth from the ark. Could it be that there were others who did not emerge from the ark? Rabbi Aba answered, yes. His sons bore other children afterward, as it is written. These are the generations of Shem. They did not go forth from the ark, and it is therefore written, that went forth from the ark were Shem, Cham, and Japhet. Rabbi Shimon said, had I been alive when the Holy One, blessed be He, gave humankind the books of Chanukh and Adam, I would have tried my best to prevent them from circulating among the people. For at that time, wise men were not afraid to look into them and pervert their meaning. They twisted the book's ideas and took them from the supernal dominion of the holiness to another dominion, which is not holy. Now, however, the wise of the world know things but conceal them. That is, they do not reveal the secrets and they strengthen themselves in serving their master. That is why now it is allowed to delve into the secrets of the Torah. I found this passage about the sons of Noach who went forth from the ark hidden among the secrets of the secrets. When the hidden and unknown bliss that is above all bliss, which is Bina when she ascended to the head of Erech Anpin, is aroused, the cause of all causes, which is Erech Anpin, produces from within himself a thin light. Bina, for lack of Hasadim, can receive only a thin light from Erech Anpin. This is why Bina is hidden and inconceivable. Therefore, Bina is aroused and receives within herself the illuminations of the three columns. This means that, using the supernal anointing oil, the illumination of Hasadim, which is the secret of column, the bliss above all bliss shines its light on the right column, and it shines its light on the left column with the gaiety of good wine. That is, illuminations of Chachma, which is the secret of Shuruk, and it shines its light on the central column with the gaiety of both the right and the left columns, which is the secret of Chiruk. For the spirit, which is Zir Anpin, has been aroused and has joined the central column of Bina, from which emanates the Nekudat HaCharik, while the spirit of the left column has ascended and been placed in the spirit of the right column. Then all three columns of Bina are joined together and included in each other. They cling to each other. Zir Anpin clings to Bina, and then all three enter into the other three. The three columns of Bina enter and become the three columns of Zir Anpin. From the three columns of Zir Anpin, one goes forth. This one is the covenant Yesed, and the female principle is attached to the covenant. Afterward, the rising spirit, which is the spirit of the left column, leaves him and the female principle is impregnated by him. This means that the left column leaves Zohar Anpin and is passed onto the female principle. Afterward, when the female principle receives the two columns of Zir Anpin, when she receives the Hasadim of the right and she and Zir Anpin are attached spirit to spirit, the female principle becomes pregnant with 3 sons. Then from Noach and the ark 3 sons emerged. These sons who emerged from the ark, Shem, Cham, and Yaphet, were similar to the supernal 3 columns. Shem was the right one, Cham the left one, and Yaphet the central one, whose color is purple and which includes the other 2. And Cham is the father of Non. Canaan is the filth under the refuse of the gold, namely that which settles at the bottom of the pot during the melting of the gold. And he is also the arousal of the ancient serpent's spirit of impurity. Cham is the left column, which is the secret of gold, and Non, who represents the ancient serpent, is his refuse. This is why the verse specifically reads, "And Cham is the father of Non, the same Non who brought curses on the world, the same Non who was himself cursed and who darkened the faces of the creatures." In other words, he is the serpent who seduced Chava and brought curses on the world, and who was cursed himself and darkened the faces of the creatures by bringing death upon them. Only Cham was separated from the rest because, as is written, "And Cham is the father of Non." This refers to the one who brought darkness upon the world, the serpent. Nobody else is described in this fashion. It does not say, Shem is the father of so-and-so, or Yaphet is the father of so-and-so. The scriptures say immediately, "And Cham is the father of Non." Hence, what does it say about Abraham? It says, "And Avram passed through the land, and the Canaanite was then in the land." The patriarchies, the mokin that were drawn down for the female principle, called the land, were not yet established, and the seed of Yisrael had not yet appeared in the world. The name of Non, therefore, could not yet be removed from the land and replaced with the sacred supernal name of Yisrael. But when Yisrael was righteous and drew down the 3 columns of Zir Anpin, called Yisrael, to mate with the female principle, the land came to be called by the name, Land of Yisrael. It was named for the lower Yisrael, who completed the female principle, and her husband, Zohar Anpin. But when they were not worthy and the female principle was left with the left column, with the gold's refuse, called Canaan, it was called by a different name, the land of Non. Therefore it is written, "And he said, Cursed be Non, a slave of slaves he shall be to his brothers, for he brought curses upon the world," and he represents the ancient serpent. And what is said of the serpent? "Cursed are you of all cattle." He was cursed as well in the passage, "Cursed be Canaan, a slave of slaves shall he be to his brothers." Because cattle are slaves to human beings, and because he is worse than the cattle and the most cursed, he is the slave of slaves. This is why it is written that Shem, Cham, and Yaphet are the 3 sons of Noach who emerged from the ark, as has previously been explained. They are the secret of the 3 columns. The female principle, that is called the ark, received them from Zohar Anpin, became pregnant by them, and brought them forth into the world. 37. These 3 sons of Noach, 3 unique energy forces permeate all existence. The Zohar explains that this supernal secret is denoted by the 3 sons of Noah. These 3 spiritual forces are known as right column, left column, and central column. That is, the positive desire to share, the negative desire to receive, and the free will to balance these desires into receiving for the sake of sharing. In our physical world, they also manifest as the proton, electron, and neutron. The Zohar further reveals that Noah's 3 sons are the source of all the souls who have come to this world. These 3 are the sons of Noach. They are the existence of the entire world. The word existence indicates the mokin of the female principle, which is called the world. They are the existence of the supernal secret, the mokin of Bina. The words, "and of them was the whole earth overspread," means that all human souls are descended from them. They are the secret of the 3 supernal colors of Bina, which are the 3 columns. When the river that comes out from Eden and which is Zir Anpin watered the garden, which is the female principle, it watered it by the power of the 3 supernal columns, by the power of the supernal Bina. Then the lower colors, white, red, and black, which are the secret of the lower 3 columns of the female principle, expanded. Each of these colors is included in the other, to show that the glory of the Holy One, blessed be He, extends up to Bina and down to Malchut, and is one above and below. Rabbi Elazar said that these 3 colors exist in all of the mokin that originate from the holy side. Their appearance, which is Malchut, includes all 3 colors, which expand into the colors coming from the other spirit. And when you look into the secret of the levels, you will find that the colors spread out in all directions, right, left, and center, until they enter below into Malchut. This is the secret of the 27 channels of doors that cover the deep. All this is known to our exalted sages. Worthy are the righteous with their lot that the Holy One, blessed be He, wants to glorify them and reveal to them the supernal secrets of wisdom. Of them it is written, "The secret of Hashem is to those who fear Him, and to let them know His covenant." Rabbi Elazar said, "Hashem, you are my Elohim, I will exalt you, I will praise your name, for you have done wonderful things, even counsels of old, in faithfulness and truth." How important it is for people to pay attention to the honor of the Holy One, blessed be He, and praise Him. For the desires of he who knows how to praise his master as he deserves will be fulfilled. Not only that, but he also causes an increase of blessings above and below. So whoever is able to praise his master and proclaim his unity is held in affection on high and is beloved below. And the Holy One, blessed be He, is proud of him. Such a person is described by the verse. And he said to me, "You my servant, Yisrael, in whom I will be glorified." 38. And Noach, man of the earth, began and planted a vineyard. The Zohar explains that both Noah and Adam sinned under the influence of wine. Kabbalah teaches that wine is a powerful tool for drawing in light, as the grape is a potent conduit of spiritual energy. Wine is therefore used as a tool in blessings to reveal God's light into our physical world. When, through the absence of a blessing, we do not prepare a large enough vessel, or if we consume wine for reasons not related to spirituality, the torrent of light aroused becomes uncontrollable. This is the mystery that explains wine's ability to induce intoxicated behavior. And Noach, a man of the earth, began and planted a vineyard. Rabbi Yehuda disagreed with Rabbi Yossi's interpretation of this verse. One said the vine was thrown out of Gan Eden, and that Noach planted it in the ground. The other said, "It is written, and he planted, because the vine had already been in the ground, and Noach plucked it out from its place and replanted it elsewhere. It blossomed and gave fruit on the same day, and he squeezed the grapes, drank their wine, and got drunk." Rabbi Shimon said that there is a sublime secret hidden in this passage. Noach had come to re-examine Adam's sin of the tree of knowledge, so that he could refrain from repeating it and could make reparations in the world. But he was unable to accomplish this, however, because after squeezing the grapes, so that he could examine them, he got drunk, was uncovered, and had no strength to get up. This is why the verse says, and was uncovered, meaning that he uncovered a gap in the world, which had been covered until that time. Within his tent is spelled with a final hey. It is not spelled ohalo with a vav. Therefore it is written, and do not come near the door of her house, his tent, indicating the vineyard and not his own tent. For this reason, it is written with a hey and not with a vav. The same thing happened with the sons of Aaron, who, as we have learned, were drunk. And he asked, who gave them wine to drink in such a place? Could you ever think that they were so impertinent as to get drunk? No, this cannot be so, but indeed they did drink from that certain type of wine and became drunk, as it is written. And they offered strange fire before Hashem. It says here a strange fire and elsewhere that they may keep you from the strange woman, and both verses apply to the same thing. Everything amounts to the same explanation. We find the same meaning in the words. And he drank of the wine and was drunk, and he was uncovered. This aroused Cham, the father of Non, because of whom the point of judgment, which is the secret of nakedness of his father, became uncovered. And we have learned that Non was given a place to rule. And he castrated Enosh, thereby removing the secret of the covenant, which had made him a righteous man. As we have learned that he removed the covenant from him, meaning that he removed the mokin of begetting, which is given only by the power of the Holy Covenant. This removal is considered castration. This is why Noach said, "Cursed be Non," because curses were initially brought upon the world by him. For he is the secret of the serpent, as it is written, "A slave of slaves he shall be," and also, "Cursed are you of all cattle." Everything shall be corrected in the future except for Canaan. All the slaves except Non shall be freed from their slavery. And this is the secret known to those who are familiar with the ways and the paths of the Torah. 39. Bathsheba and Uriah. Through a story pertaining to King David and Bathsheba, the Zohar reveals that a person's negative action brings about the creation of an actual negative entity. These negative influences are not presented as metaphors. They are actual forces that directly affect the activities of mankind, individually and collectively. They are as real as an unseen atom, and as influential in our lives as the invisible force of gravity. The Kabbalists reject entirely the concept of a creator who administers punishments and rewards. By way of illustration, electrical energy benefits our society in countless ways. If a person inadvertently placed his finger in a light socket and was electrocuted, it would be senseless to suggest that the electricity punished the individual. The Zohar is offering us a lesson on accountability. This, along with repentance, is the only way we can eradicate all negative forces. He opened the discussion by quoting, "For I know my transgressions, and my sin is ever before me always." People should be staunchly on guard against sinning before the Holy One. Blessed be He, because after a person has sinned, his sin is recorded in the upper world and may only be blotted out through the power of great repentance. This is as it is written, "For though you wash yourself with niter, and take yourself much soap, yet your iniquity has become a stain before me. Come and behold." The first time a person sins before the Holy One, blessed be he leaves a stain. If he sins a second time, the stain is darkened. If he sins a third time, the stain spreads to all sides. This is suggested by the words, "Your iniquity has become a stain before me. Come and behold." When King David sinned with Bathsheba before the Holy One, blessed be he, King David thought that the stain of this sin would last forever. But what is written? Hashem also has put away your sin, you shall not die, meaning that the stain was blotted out. Rabbi Abba then asked him, "If Bathsheba belonged to King David from the day the world was created, why did the Holy One, blessed be he, give her first to Uriah the Hittite?" Rabbi Shimon told him that these are the ways of the Holy One, blessed be he. Although a woman may be destined to become a certain man's wife, another man may marry her first. But as soon as the time has come for the destined man to marry her, the latter is removed from this world, because of the other that comes after him. And it is very hard and painful for the Holy One, blessed be he, to remove that person from the world before his time has come. The secret of why Bathsheba was given first to Uriah the Hittite lies in the answer to the question of why the Holy Land was given first to Non, before the nation of Israel existed. From this you shall understand why Bathsheba was given first to Uriah. Both questions are connected to one secret and one matter. Come and behold. Even though David confessed his sins and repented, he was not able to completely forget and extirpate them from his heart, especially the sin related to Bathsheba, because he always feared that one of his sins might reappear and persecute him in time of danger. He never forgot them or blotted them out of his memory. He said, "For I know my transgression, and my sin is before me always." Another interpretation of the verse, "For I know my transgression," is, I am familiar with all the levels connected to the sins of humankind. In other words, he had already corrected them. On the other hand, my sin is before me always refers to the defect of the moon, which he did not correct. The moon's defect was not corrected until Solomon appeared. At that point, it shone flawless and full. Then the world was joyful and Yisrael dwelled in security. As it is written, "And Yehuda and Yisrael dwelled safely, every man under his vine and under his fig tree." My sin is before me always signifies that even in the days of King Solomon, the moon's defect was not completely corrected. For the holy temple was destroyed twice, and the moon, which is the female principle, returned to its uncorrected state. This defect shall not be removed from the world until the King Mashiach appears, as is described in the verse. And the spirit of uncleanliness I will cause to pass out from the earth. 40. He was a mighty hunter. According to the Zohar, Nimrod used the clothes of Adam to gain strength. Clothes is a code word that alludes to the physicality that conceals the light, as garments conceal the body. Nimrod, we are told, connected only to the material world, without any regard or consideration for the spiritual essence of reality. This is considered to be a form of idol worshipping. It is falling under the delusion and control of the physical world. A deeper awareness for the spiritual essence of life is awakened within us by these passages, so that we are not controlled by illusion. He was a mighty hunter before Hashem, therefore it is said, even as Nimrod the mighty hunter before Hashem. Come and behold. Nimrod was a brave man, who wore the garments of Adam and knew how to hunt. All living beings surrendered to him because of those garments, those coats of skin, as the verse reads. To Adam also and to his wife did Hashem Elohim make coats of skin, and clothed them. Rabbi Elazar said that Nimrod used to entice people into idol worshipping. He used the power of those garments to rule all other human beings. He proclaimed himself Elohim, the ruler of the world, so all other human beings had to serve him. But why was he called Nimrod? Because he rebelled against the high king of above, against the power of the supernal Holy One, and also against the lower forces, the human beings of this world. By the power of these garments, he was able to rule over all mankind. He rebelled against them and his master by saying that he was the ruler of the world. That is, he declared himself Elohim. He seduced people into following him, leaving the service of the Almighty and serving Him instead. Rabbi Shimon said that our friends knew a great secret about these garments. 41. And the house in its being built. If we make a complete connection to the light of God, we need only begin a new endeavor and the light finishes the work on our behalf. This unusual concept is further understood through the example of planting a seed. Once the seed is planted, the forces of nature take over, eventually giving birth to a full-grown tree. When our connections to the light are secure and complete, we can plant seeds of positive energy in all areas of our lives. We gain this ability through the metaphysical powers that are emitted through the medium of the letters. And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. Rabbi Shimon began by quoting, "And the house in its being built was built of stone made ready before it was brought there, so that there was neither hammer nor axe nor any tool of iron heard in the house in its being built." He asked if the words, "and the house in its being built," mean that the house built itself. Could it be that Solomon and all his artisans did not build it? Why does it read, "in its being built"? We read, "And you shall make a candelabra. In one piece of pure gold shall the candelabra be made." Now a candelabra is to be made of beaten work, meaning if the artisans are to beat the bar of metal with a sledgehammer. Why does the verse continue, "Shall the candelabra be made"? That is to say, shall it be made by itself? But, of course, in the holy temple everything happened, and all objects made themselves by miracles and signs. As soon as the artisans began to work, the art crafted itself, showing them how to work in ways they had not known before they started. Why was that so? Because the blessings of the Holy One, blessed be He, were upon their hands. Therefore, it says in its being built to indicate that it was built by itself. The building taught the artisans how to start their work by guiding their hands with signs. The artisans did not turn their eyes away from the vision of the form until the house was completely built. The words ready-made stone before it was brought there, Shlema is spelled without a yud. As a result, it can be also pronounced Solomon and not just Shlema. That means that the female principle, called the stone of the King of Peace. Solomon literally means his peace. Now the word masa indicates that a whole stone, the female principle, traveled from above and came to dwell upon them and accomplish the work. Another interpretation is that the stone made the hands travel or work involuntarily. For here it is written, Masa, just as it appears in the verse, and for the journeying of the camps, because the word in the latter verse refers to an action. We may conclude that in the first one it also describes an action. There was neither hammer nor axe nor any tool of iron heard in the house, because a certain worm called Shamir split everything noiselessly, and thus they did not require other tools. Everything occurred by a miracle. How pleasant it is to hear the words of the Torah. How good is the lot of he who delves in them and knows how to walk the path of truth, said Rabbi Shimon. So, the house in its being built means that the desire of the Holy One, blessed be He, to be glorified arose from within the thought and spread forth. In other words, Bina, which is called desire, came from the head of Erech Anpin, which is called the thought, and spread forth from the place that is called the concealed thought. That is, it spread forth from the concealed chachma of Erech Anpin, which is a mystery, because the chachma of Erech Anpin is concealed and unrevealed to the levels of Atzilut until everything is corrected. This bina that came from the head of Erech Anpin is used for the purpose of bringing forth chachma, and not the concealed chachma of Erech Anpin. Bina spread forth until it lodged inside the throat of Erech Anpin, from where it constantly flows by the secret of the spirit of life. Afterward, when the thought, chachma of Erech Anpin, had expanded and settled in that place. Bina returned and received the upper three spirit from Chachma of Erich Anpin and once again became the representation of thought. Thus, the thought is called the living Elohim, as is written. He is the living Elohim. The emanator wanted to continue expanding and revealing himself, so he caused the secret of the three columns, fire, wind, and water, to come forth. Thus, Yochai, the perfect man, who is Zeir Anpin, came forth, and his was the one voice that came through and was heard. From this, we learn that the thought that was secretly hidden, Bina, was revealed and made audible Byakov, who is Zeir Anpin. This thought kept expanding so that it could be revealed, and this voice struck upon the lips and speech came out, completing and revealing everything. We learn from this that everything is the thought that was concealed internally, and therefore all are one. Speech was an extension of Bina, meaning that Bina was drawn to the female principle by the power of the voice. The voice is Zeir Anpin, who receives from Bina and passes on to the female principle. The words, and the house in its being built, refer to the fact that it built itself by signs and miracles. The verse reads, in its being built and not when it was built. If the phrase was meant to indicate that the house built itself, it would have read, and the house when it was built. Why does it read, in its being built? And he explained that this is to teach us that it is so at all times. Ready-made stone is the stone of Solomon. It is also written, with the diadem with which his mother crowned him, referring to Bina, which is called Ima. Thus, when the female principle receives these diadems, she is called the stone of Solomon. It was brought there, indicates that the illumination of the Mokin as it emerged from the internal aspect of Bina. That is, all the work was completed and came from Bina. It then remained outside Zeir Anpin, emerging from the upper level Bina and traveling down to the female principle. The hammers and axe and all other tools of iron are the lower levels that depend on the female principle. They were neither heard nor received by the internal aspect when the female principle ascended to unite with the it, enclothe Aba and Ima, and suck from there. Because they used the shamir instead of other tools, they were not heard. This is why the verse uses the phrase in its being built to indicate that it was built without any of the handiwork of the lower beings. When the female principle nourishes itself from Aba and Ima, all the worlds are happy. They nourish themselves from the female principle and are filled with blessings. They are united by one secret, one unity, and there is no separation in the worlds. After all the worlds, each and every one, have taken their share from the female principle. They expand and return to the purposes for which they were created. 42. A city and a tower. Kabbalah differs from other spiritual teachings in that we are not called upon to separate ourselves from the physical world of chaos. Instead, we embrace chaos to eradicate our negative traits and to nurture transformation. Throughout history, this has been a difficult endeavor. The peoples of the past, such as the Tower of Babel generation, chose the easy path to spiritual light with dire consequences. We must be careful not to fall into that same trap. In the biblical story, a group of evil people seek to build a tower that will reach heaven. They intend to challenge God and seek world domination. The Zohar quotes the verse from the Torah, and they said, "Come, let us build us a city and a tower, whose top may reach to heaven, and let us make ourselves a name." The Zohar reveals that the terms city and tower allude to the highest levels of the dark spiritual forces. The word name refers to the names of God, or the power of the Hebrew letters. It is the letters that will allow the evil ones to access negative spiritual forces. God then confuses their language, creating 70 other tongues so that the power of the Hebrew letters can never be used for destructive purposes. This section helps us to remain true to our spiritual path and stops us from falling to the temptations of paths that always appear easier. Come and behold. Observe what has been written. And the whole world was of one language and one speech. What is written next? And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east. For they traveled away from the one who is before all. In other words, they drew down the illumination of the left, which the one who is before all had forbidden them to do. Therefore, the passage continues, they found a plain in the land of Shinar from where judgments spread out in all directions. This is the beginning of Malchut's separation from the holiness. It is described by the phrase, "You are this head of gold," because Elohim has made the one as well as the other. In the Klippot, there are also 4 aspects: Chachma, Bina Tiferet, and Malchut, and the Klippa of Babylon is Chachma of the Klippa. Hence, it is the head of all of the Klippot. You might ask, since it has already been written, and a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from hence it was parted. How can we say that the plain in the land of Shinar was the beginning of the separation? And he replied, it is certain that the separation starts after or beyond Malchut of Atzilut, which is the secret of the garden. When they journeyed from the garden, they found the plain in the land of Shinar, and the separation was complete. If they gathered in the garden to suck, but do not draw the illumination of the left, then there was no separation. That is why the verse states that from the garden it was parted. Only when they journeyed away from the garden did the separation occur, as it is written. As they journeyed from the east or from the garden, they found a plain, as previously explained. Had they not left the garden, they would not have found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they would not have been separated from holiness. This is why the plain in the land of Shinar is considered to be the beginning of the separation. And the whole world was of one language and one speech because it had one basic and essential foundation, mercy. All peoples had faith in the Holy One and would not sin before him. But what does it say? It says, and it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, meaning that they drifted away from the first and foremost of the world and from the universal faith, and they found a plain. They did indeed find something that would cause them to leave the supernal faith. As shall be explained. Come and behold. What is said of Nimrod? It is said, and the beginning of his kingdom was Babel. For he drew power from Babel that helped him to cling on to the dominion of the other side. It also reads, they found a plain in the land of Shinar, meaning they filled their hearts with desire derived from Shinar, to leave the upper dominion and join a different power. For the land of Shinar, which is Babel, is the head and root of severance from the Holy One. Blessed be he. And they said, come, let us build us a city and a tower, whose top may reach to heaven, and let us make ourselves a name. Rabbi Chia quoted the verse, and the wicked are like the driven sea. He asked, is there a driven sea? And he replied, yes, indeed, because when the sea leaves the bed, in which it belongs and starts to sway uncontrollably, attempting to overcome the boundaries of the sand that holds it in place and pour over the land, it is driven from its place. It is like a drunkard who cannot sit steadily in his place and sways up and down. Why is that? Because it cannot rest and its waters cast up mire and dirt, from its floor up to its shore. Similarly, the wicked generation of the Tower of Babel called Dor Hapalaga, who left the right and proper way, and the first and foremost of the world, and were as directionless and purposeless as drunken men. They attached themselves to Bina of the Klippa, straying from the straight path and taking a crooked one. The crooked path was the plain of the land of Shinar and the flaw that they found there. Why did this happen? Because it cannot rest. The crookedness of their way, which is the flaw that they found in her, caused them to be purposeless and restless, until they said, "Let us build ourselves a city and a tower." That is, they built Chachma and Bina of the Klippot. Not only that, but they were full of anger when they uttered these words. That is, when they said, "Let us build ourselves a city and a tower," they intended to fulfill their lust, since a glutton is always irate. Their words were mire and dirt, and the verse describes their action as, "Its waters cast up mire and dirt," which is a reference to the aspects of the klippah called mire and dirt. They brought up filth and abomination from their mouths. They brought on the defilement of the serpent, with the words, "Let us build ourselves," until they were themselves defiled by the serpent. "Come and behold." And they said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower whose top may reach to heaven." The word "come" is an invitation. The words, "Let us build ourselves a city and a tower whose top may reach to heaven," were unaccompanied by actions. The utterance of the words alone caused the building of the city and tower in the upper worlds. The people took bad advice, following the stupidity and vanity of their hearts, and going against the Holy One, blessed be He. Rabbi Abba then said that they followed the stupidity of their hearts, but they used the Chachma of the Klippah to leave the upper dominion of holiness and enter the dominion of the Klippot, exchanging His glory, blessed be He, with that of a strange El. In this, there is a secret of supreme wisdom. Let us build ourselves a city and a tower whose top may reach to heaven. Come and behold. When they reached the plain that was the foreign dominion, the place where the flaw of Bina of the Klippah had settled, it was revealed to them that the place was stuck among the fishes of the sea. In other words, the complete vessels of Bina were revealed to them, and it was proper for human dwelling and for the reception of Chachma. The sea refers to Chachma, and the fishes of the sea are the levels of Chachma. They said, "This is the place to settle and strengthen our hearts, and let the lower beings enjoy themselves, and draw the light downward from the place of the Klippot." Having found the place, they immediately said, "Let us build us a city and establish a city and a tower for ourselves. And let us make us a name. This place of Klippot shall be Elohim for us," referring to the place of the Klippot, and not any other. The words, "build a city and tower," indicate that they plan to draw down the light of Chachma and Bina of the Klippot, which are called a city and a tower. Why should we climb up and draw the light from here upward, when we are unable to enjoy anything that is above? Here we have found a vantage point from which to draw light downward. And we shall make us a name, and Elohim to worship here, lest we be scattered abroad to the other levels and to all four corners of the world. Sitrei Torah. Concealed Torah. The builders of the city and the tower spoke only the holy language known to the serving angels. That is why it is written, "And now nothing will be restrained from them." Had they spoken a different language, one unknown to the supernal angels, they would not have succeeded. For the actions of demons do not last for long, only long enough for human beings to see and not longer. And of one speech indicates that to varying degrees, they were familiar with the levels on high. They confused no level with another. It says, "And of one speech," because the levels were as clear to them as one speech. They had no problem in knowing them, but they took bad advice, the advice of Chachma. Therefore it is written, "Come, let us build a city and a tower," referring to the Chachma of the Klippah. All was according to the secret of wisdom. They planned to strengthen the power of the other side in the world and worship it because they knew that all evil judgment descends from there to the worlds. In so doing, they hoped to drive away the level of holiness. A city and a tower relates to the supernal Chachma. They knew that the holy name Malchut is only strengthened on earth by a city and a tower. A city is required, as it says, the city of David which is Zion, and a tower, as it says, your neck is like the tower of David. That is, the holy name, which is Malchut of David, is also called a city and a tower. These names suggest Malchut drawing down the Chachma. They also acted upon the wisdom of the other side in order to establish its dominion on earth. The other side is the opposing power of Malchut. They wanted it to drive Malchut, called the master of the entire world, from its place. And let us make us a name like that of the other holy side in the upper worlds. We will strengthen it so that it will stay with us and we will have a name in the land. As the holy side shines from below upward, we will draw the light from above down to earth, lest we be scattered abroad. They knew that they were about to be scattered all over the face of the earth, and therefore joined together to accomplish their goal and build the city and the tower with Chachma. The other side includes male and female, and they are the strength of the filth of harsh judgment. When Adam sinned by eating of the tree of knowledge, the male and female of the other side were strengthened in the world. Adam and Eve did, in fact, cause the other side to be strengthened, as it is written, which the children of man built, referring to Adam's children, who brought the dominion of the other side, which is the side of evil, upon the world. Like the holy side, the other side has no power to rule in the world without a city and a tower. Therefore, they built a city and a tower to give it dominion in this world. And Hashem came down to see. The holy name came down to observe their deeds, the building they built, and how they spoke the holy language and successfully communicated and adjured with all the holy levels. When the holiness came down, the levels became confused, the upper ones descending and the lower ones rising. Because the levels were no longer properly placed and because their names had been changed, they could no longer command them. He confused their language, dividing it into 70 languages, and scattered them to all four corners of the world. There is one governor in heaven who holds all the keys to the happenings of the world. He stands waiting for those who seek him, but he is only available at certain known hours and times of the day. They were familiar with the secret of the wisdom, and they knew all the secrets of this governor. They used utterances to open and close the gates of the hidden mysteries. Using words, they commanded this supernal governor, the greatest governor and the leader of the world, in building the city and the tower. When their language became confused, everything became impossible. They were no longer able to bind this governor with Oetich. In that plain, they found ready a place for strengthening the evil side, but were still unable to fortify it. So, the power of the other side remained latent in that plain until the armies and camps of those who built the city and the tower, namely the sons of Ephraim, traveled and reached it. As he concludes, there they came under the influence of that side and were killed. Those who did not wish to leave under the influence of the end of the right, the sons of Ephraim who left Egypt before the end of the time of exile, panicked. They fell under the influence of the end of days on this plain, the strength of which had been weakened at the time of the generation of the Tower of Babel. Now, because of their misdoings, the other side returned to power and killed them all. This is why the verse says, "The valley which was full of bones." The other side was strengthened by the idol that Nebuchadnezzar built, and then it was weakened by the bones of the sons of Ephraim, which Yechezkel brought back to life. Therefore, the idol that Nebuchadnezzar established was shattered by the image, drawn from the holy side, of the forefathers who were brought back to life and rose and stood on their feet. Then all the peoples of the world realized that there is no supreme deity besides the Holy One. Blessed be He. Not only that, but His name was sanctified by Shenaniah, Mishael, and Azariah, because of whom the power of the other side was broken. And all these events occurred in one day. Therefore it says, "They shall sanctify my name, and sanctify the Holy One of Yaakov." Because these three events, the resurrection of the dead that Yechezkel performed, the sanctification of the holy name by Chenaniah, Mishael, and Azariah, and the shattering of the idol of Nebuchadnezzar all occurred in one single day. 6 miracles occurred in that one day. And Hashem came down to see the city and the tower. This was one of the 10 times that the Shekinah came down to earth. He asked, "What did he see that he did not know beforehand?" And he answered, "To see means to observe with judgment. As it is written, may Hashem see and judge the city and the tower." We should note what is written here because it does not say to see the people, but rather to see the city and the tower. Why? Because when the Holy One, blessed be He, observes in order to make His judgment, He first observes the upper levels, which are the roots, and then the lower ones, which are the branches. The matter of the city and tower reached high above to the worlds above, and therefore the observance was first on high. As it is written, to see the city and the tower indicates the city and tower of the worlds above, which the children of man built. He asked, "Why does it say the children of Adam?" And he answered that the verse implies that they are the sons of Adam, who rebelled against his master and brought death upon the world. That is, they followed in his footsteps. The words which the children of Adam built indicate that they actually built it. Even though their words, "Go, let us build ourselves," were mere words, as soon as they uttered them, they caused it to be built in the upper worlds. They said oaths with their mouth, and with them the city and tower were built. 43. The gate of the inner court. As the spiritual energy center of the earth, Israel cannot be overtaken by any negative forces. Though evil nations throughout history have conquered Israel, they eventually lost all their power after occupying the land. When we attach ourselves to Israel's power through these words, we receive the supernal light of protection. Rabbi Shimon started by quoting, "Thus says the Hashem Elohim, the gate of the inner courtyard that faces the east shall be shut the 6 days of work, but on the Shabbat day it shall be opened, and on the day of the new moon it shall be opened." He said that we should closely examine this verse, because there is a secret here. It says, "Shall be shut the 6 days of work." But why should it be shut? Because the 6 days are the secular days, and the gate should be shut so that the secular does not make use of the sacred. But on the Shabbat day it shall be opened, and on the day of the new moon it shall be opened, because at those times the sacred makes use of the sacred, and the moon, which is the female principle, shines in order to unite with the sun, which is Zir Anpin. Come and behold. This gate is not opened during the 6 secular days because during these days, the lower world, where the Klipit and the external powers reside and prevail, is nourished. These secular days, which are the other side, rule over all the world except the land of Yisrael. And these secular days that rule outside of Yisrael have no rule over the Holy Land, because of the closed gate. But on Shabbat and the new moon, the Klipit are removed from this world and do not rule it. When the gate is opened, the world is happy and receives nourishment from it, and the world is not under the influence of the other side. If you claim that these 6 days can rule alone, come and behold. The words, "that which faces the east," refer to the gate that faces before the time when the Klipit took over. It used to perpetually look at the world, even during the 6 days of the week. But now the gate is only open to allow for the world's nourishment from holiness on Shabbat and the new moon. Therefore, all the days, namely all the 6 days of work, cling onto the day of Shabbat and are replenished by it. On that day all the gates are opened and all, the upper and the lower beings, are pleased. The 6 days would not be able to shine if they were not attached to the day of Shabbat, because they would be malnourished. Come and behold. And Hashem came down to see. He came down from the holy to the secular to see what they had built. To see the city and the tower, which are Chachma and Bina of the Klippa, that they had erected for the world to worship. Rabbi Yitzhak was sitting in front of Rabbi Shimon, and asked him, "What did these people see that caused them to do such a foolish thing as to unite to rebel against the Holy One? Blessed be He." Rabbi Shimon answered that we have already learned from the words, and it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, that they traveled from above downward, from the land of Yisrael, and went down into Babel. There they said, "This is the place in which to settle, and let us make ourselves a name, and the help from below shall be connected to this place, outside of the land of Yisrael. For when judgment comes to abide in the world, this place will be in opposition to it. From this place, the world will gain its sustenance and joy, because from above, from the lights that are drawn from below upward, the world has scarce nourishment. And not only that, but we shall ascend and rise up to the heavens and declare war on him, so that he shall not bring a great flood on earth as he did before." 44. And Hashem said, "Behold, they are one people." The biblical story of the Tower of Babel holds within its secrets concerning the power of unity. After the great flood, the people of the world spoke a single language, which was Hebrew. A group of people living in the city of Babylon were using mystical black arts in an attempt to control and dominate the world. These black arts were empowered by spiritual forces transmitted via the Hebrew letters. The Zohar states that even the Creator could not stop these evil magicians as long as they were unified by speaking the same language. The Creator therefore caused a fragmenting of their language, severing their lines of communication, and this shattered their unity. Unified evil will always have the capability to defeat and conquer good if disunity exists among the righteous. The only way to defeat unified evil is through total unity among the good. This portion of the Zohar helps inspire us to seek unity in all our relationships. We begin to recognize that the cause of any disunity is our own ego, and Hashem said, "Behold, they are one people and they have all one language." Because their unity had enabled them to succeed all the levels and all the nations below, the branches of those levels were scattered. And what is written? So Hashem scattered them abroad from there. This means that the Holy One, blessed be He, passed judgment and brought judgment upon the upper roots, because the branches are affected by their roots. And if you ask, then why was their language confounded? The answer is, because they all spoke the holy language, they were able to command the supernal entities with OATHS. Achieving the right intention of the heart depends on actions and words. By the power of their intentions, they strengthened and aided the establishment of the place. For that reason, their language was confounded, and they were no longer able to strengthen their intentions using the holy language. The supernal powers and entities know only the holy language, and when their language was confounded, their strength flagged and their power was broken. The confusion of their language weakened their strength below and broke their concentration. Thus, their power was broken above. Come and behold. The ability of the lower beings to bind by OATH and words of the holy language is known and accepted by all the hosts of heaven. They are strengthened by and receive extra power from it. They neither understand nor accept any language other than the holy language. Because the language of the people was confounded, they ceased to build the city. Their power was broken, and they could do nothing more with their intentions. Blessed be the name of the Holy One. Blessed be He, from everlasting to everlasting. For wisdom and might are His. Because the Holy One, blessed be He, brought the secrets of supernal wisdom down to earth, the people became corrupt and wanted to provoke Him. He passed the supernal wisdom on to Adam, and through this wisdom Adam knew the upper entities. Adam stuck to the evil inclination until the sources of knowledge left him. Then he returned to his master, and part of this wisdom came back to him, but not as it had been before. And after that, through the book the angel Raziel gave him, he was able to achieve wisdom again. Later, the people sinned by misusing this wisdom before the Holy One. Blessed be He. Adam passed this wisdom to Noach, who used it to serve the Holy One. Blessed be He. But what is written next? And he drank of the wine and was drunken, and he was uncovered. He then passed it on to Abraham, who also used it to serve the Holy One. Blessed be He. But then Ishmael, who was descended from him, angered the Holy One. Blessed be He. From Yitzhak came Esav. Yaakov married 2 sisters. He passed the wisdom to Moshe, of whom it was said, He is trusted in all my house. There was no one like Moshe, who was faithful in all of the levels and whose heart was seduced by none, and who stood firmly in his supernal faith. He passed the supernal wisdom on to King Solomon. And what is written about Solomon? The man spoke to Ideal, even to Ideal, and I will be able. King Solomon said, Ideal, meaning El, is with me, and since wisdom belongs to him, I shall succeed and be able to do what I want without fail. That is, even though the Torah says that a king should not take many wives, so that his heart will not be seduced, King Solomon said, I shall marry many women and my heart will not be seduced. For Itil, El is with me, and has given me his wisdom. But after that It is written. Hashem raised up an adversary for Solomon, alluding to the fact that in his old age, his wives did seduce his heart, and he was punished. Come and behold, because of part of the wisdom that the generation of the Tower of Babel received from their forefathers, they provoked the Holy One, blessed be He, and built the tower. They persisted until they were scattered all over the face of the earth, lost all their wisdom, and could accomplish nothing. But in the future, the Holy One, blessed be He, shall arouse this wisdom in the world, and all shall serve Him with it. As it is written, And I will set my spirit within you, and cause you. I will not cause you as I caused the first ones to corrupt the world by using it, but I will cause you to walk in my statutes, and you shall keep my ordinances and do them. Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Chia were walking together. Rabbi Yossi addressed Rabbi Chia, saying, Let us discuss Torah. So Rabbi Yossi began by quoting, For Hashem your Elohim walks in the midst of your camp, to deliver you, and to give you your enemies before you. Therefore your camp shall be holy, that He does not see an unseemly thing in you and turn away from you. So he asked, Why does it say, For Hashem your Elohim walks, using the word Mithalek and not the term Mehalek? And he replied that this is similar to walking in the garden in the breeze of the day. This has been said of the tree of knowledge from which Adam ate, which is the female principle. So the word Mithalek refers to the female principle, while Mehalek refers to the male aspect. And it was he, the Nukva principle, who went in front of the sons of Yisrael as they walked in the desert, as it is written, And Hashem went before them by day. The phrase and Hashem refers to him and his house of judgment, which is the female principle. And the same thing applies to he who walks in front of another person, while going on his way. Because the verse reads, "Righteousness shall go before him, and walk in the way of his steps." Righteousness refers to the female principle, and it is that which walks in front of a person when he is worthy of it. But why does he walk in front? As it is written, to deliver you and to give you your enemies before you, or to guard a person while he is walking on his way and save him from being overcome by the other side. That is why a person should be careful, guard himself from his own sins, and purify himself. So he asked, "What is it to purify?" And he replied that, as it is written, "Therefore your camp shall be holy." Why does it say holy in the singular when it should have said holy in the plural? Because your camp shall be holy implies the members from which the body is assembled and completed. So it says of the body, your camp shall be holy, that he does not see an unseemly thing in you. And he asked, "What is the meaning of unseemly thing?" And he replied, "It means incest, which is the thing that the Holy One, blessed be he, despises most of all." And he asked why the verse reads, that he does not see an unseemly thing? And he answers that this refers to wicked people in the world, who defile and befoul themselves with the things they say by cursing and using foul language. This is the meaning of unseemly thing. Now the Zohar has completed the explanation of the word purify, about which it had previously asked. Purify indicates that a person should guard against being exposed to indecency and should guard his mouth from saying foul things. So he asked, "Why is the Torah so strict about this matter?" And he answered, "Because he, the Shekhinah, walks in front of you. And if you say foul things, then it will turn away from you. That is, he will no longer walk alongside you, but go behind your back." And Rabbi Yossi concluded that as for us, we go on our way walking before him, before the Shekhinah. We should delve into the Torah, because the person who occupies himself with it is crowned and perpetually accompanied by the Shekhinah. Rabbi Chia then quoted, "And Hashem said, Behold, they are one people and they have all one language. Come and behold what is written." It says, "And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east." But what is the meaning of your? It refers to the first and foremost of the universe. So he asks, why does it say, "And they found," when it should have said, "And they saw"? What did they find? And he answered, they found part of the secrets of wisdom of their forefathers, the generation of the flood, which was shaken off at Shinar. And with the wisdom that they found, they strove to rebel against the Holy One, blessed be he. They uttered odes to bind the upper ministers and to build the city and the tower. Come and behold. It is written that they are one people and they have all one language. Because they are of one heart and one desire to speak the holy language. Therefore, now nothing which they have planned to do will be withheld from them. Nobody could prevent their acts, but the Holy One, blessed be he, said, "What shall I do? I shall confound the celestial entities above and their language below, and then their work will be restrained." And if they, because they were of one heart and one desire, all spoke the holy language, it is written, "Nothing that they have planned to do will be withheld from them, and they will not be subject to the supernal judgment." For us and the friends who occupy themselves with the Torah and are of one heart and one desire, this will be all the more true, for nothing that we want to do will be withheld from us. Rabbi Yossi said that from this we learn that people who are quarrelsome do not survive. As long as people are of one heart and one desire, even though they might rebel against the Holy One, blessed be he, the supernal judgment is powerless against them. As soon as the generation of the tower differed with each other, Hashem scattered them abroad from there. So we learn that quarrelsome people do not survive long. Rabbi Chia then concluded that everything therefore depends upon the utterings of the mouth. As soon as their language was confounded, Hashem scattered them abroad. But what does it say of the future? It says, "For then I will direct the peoples a pure language, that they may all call upon the name of Hashem, to serve him with one consent, and Hashem shall be king over all the earth. In that day shall Hashem be one, and his name one. Blessed be Hashem forever. Amen and amen." Part 4 of the book is available in the description.